Chapter 8, Friedrich. Wanyenyekevu was excited to meet someone knowledgeable about history, and spoke with confidence, saying, "One of my ancestors was Irish and many looking for work served as overseers during slavery. Some were kind and gentle and some were not. But my ancestor left that entire market during what they have called, the Devil's Punch Bowl, where 20,000 black men during the Civil War were murdered in a mass grave, a horrendous crime they tried to hide from history." Friedrich shook his head. "Yes, even as you speak I'm reminded that even after the Civil War, most horse trainers, grooms, and jockeys were our people in a sport, back then, called the Kentucky Derby. In fact, of the 28 winning jockeys of the first Kentucky Derby, 15 of them were our people. However, we were banned from the sport, once the Jim Crow era began. But about 80 years later, we produced men like Marlon St. Julian, Kevin Krieger, and Oliver Lewis. Old Oliver Lewis was born into slavery but won first place in the inaugural Kentucky Derby of 1875. There was a young man." Friedrich paused. "Damn, his name is at the tip of my tongue. Soup, that was his name." At 15, James "Soup" Perkins became one of the youngest jockeys to win the Kentucky Derby, and another man, Isaac Burns Murphy, was known as one of the best jockeys to ever race. Yes, we all heard of Meghan Markle, but she was not the first black woman to become a member of the British royal family, as if it matters, but Queen Sophie Charlotte, the wife of King George III, was. Wanyenyekevu, smiling in agreement, "Yes, I have heard of those, but did you know that during slavery, there were a series of revolts and rebellions by slaves against their masters? In Britain, they ended the British slave trade in 1807, through Parliament, but it wasn't the end of slavery itself. It wasn't a provision to free those who were already enslaved. At the same time, slavery persisted, especially in the Caribbean. The act only made the buying and selling slaves from British ships illegal. However, the slaves in Barbados thought it freed them, but they weren't, causing the Barbados Revolt of 1816. Wanyenyekevu smiled. "I never been to Africa or any place other than Louisiana, until now, so I speak about my history and what comes close to home, and I see that you on it, on an international level, and that's different for me. I might know it, but it sounds different from someone who more." Friedrich politely interrupted Wanyenyekevu. "That's precisely it, because I never heard of this Devil's Punch Bowl. African history is, as you say, hit closely to home than American slavery." Wanyenyekevu smiled. "That makes sense. Well, we can definitely learn what's missing in both of our understanding of them both." Friedrich shook his head. "Yes, we can. Please continue." Wanyenyekevu smiled. "Okay, well, it was rare for our people to have control over an enormous amount of land. However, Reverend Isaac Simmons, from Amite County, Mississippi, owned over 270 acres of debt-free land. His family worked the land, produced crops, and sold the wood off the land. A rumor was started that there was oil on his land, and a group of white men showed up on Simmons' land and warned him to stop cutting lumber. Knowing what was about to happen, Mr. Simmons consulted with a lawyer, a man who practices law, to work out the dispute and ensure that the property would belong to his children in the event of his death. Later, the men kidnapped and shot Simmons 3 times, cut out his tongue, and gave the rest of the family 10 days to get off the land. Like always, an all-white jury acquitted them, and they successfully stole his land." Friedrich paused. "But it's especially sad when your own people, whether or not flesh and blood, betray you. That's something that cuts worse than a knife can ever do. Whether for money, power, or position, it doesn't matter. Selling out your own is the worst kind of betrayal, and justice must be taken to heal that pain, to bring about peace. And these demons are doing far worse than we as a people have ever encountered. I've seen what they were doing to our people, and it is excruciating to see the cruelty." Wanyenyekevu said. "I like you, a man after my own heart, who loves Sabaoth and knows a little about history." Friedrich smiled. "A little? John Brown, the man mentioned in Frederick Douglass' letter to Harriet Tubman, a name almost unknown to most Americans, although he was the frontrunner of some of the most important moments in the 19th century. Brown's name was lost to history until 2020, when there was a mini-series about him named The Good Lord Bird, but it did him just a little justice, for they showed him as a crazy man, a Bible fanatic. Like you have to be crazy to see the injustice of a race of people. Let me tell you, his ties to slavery not only led him into nonviolent resistance but to active, violent terrorism, which would cause many deaths and lead up to the Civil War. At 12, Brown recalls watching a black boy being beaten by a man with an iron shovel right in front of him. An everyday incident in America profoundly affected Brown's attitude toward slavery throughout his entire life. As he grew up and had a family, he always kept his disgust with slavery, but it had to take a tragedy to put his wheels in motion. Elijah Parrish Lovejoy was also an outspoken opponent of slavery, which his community met with intense hostility. He was sent death threats, his offices were attacked, and eventually, he was gunned down and killed. The slaying of Lovejoy disgusted John Brown, and he vowed to work for the rest of his life to carry on Lovejoy's work and oversee the abolition of slavery. A difficult task for Brown because he was broke and, on top of that, had health problems that had plagued his family. Yet, he would not give up and made his way to Boston to join the anti-slavery crusade. Brown and his family arrived in Boston when the city was transforming into a central hub of anti-slavery activity. Mind you, Boston was one place that dealt with and was famous for slave farms. Wanyenyekevu said. Yes, I'm aware of that, and it produced the word motherfucker from that event, for slaves were forced to have sex with their children to produce better so-called stock like they do with bulls and horses. Friedrich said. We will have to talk in depth on that, I didn't know all that. I knew about the slave farm, but didn't know that part. He shook his head with disappointment, damn. Anyway, Brown immediately threw himself into the organization and became a crucial figure in the running of the famous Underground Railroad. The government deemed the Underground Railroad deeply subversive. It led to the establishment of the Fugitive Slave Act, which permitted bounty hunters to capture slaves and return them to their so-called masters, and some were, well, you know. In response, Brown turned away from nonviolent action and established a vigilante group known as the League of Gileadites to protect slaves from being captured. While Brown's activities were primarily nonviolent, at first, this changed when pro-slavery forces invaded Kansas, where his sons lived. The violence during this period was the intense, but brutal beating of the anti-slavery Senator Charles Sumner. Brown was not forgiving and retaliated. Brown and his comrades murdered 5 of the men 2 days after the beating, which caused brutal violence. During this, one of his sons was killed. After seeing the death of his son, it is not clear how many pro-slavery men were killed by Brown, but his willingness to use violence spread throughout the United States, for some hailed him as a hero and others as a dangerous terrorist. Over the next few years, Brown's violent activities would escalate. He gathered a force of 22 vigilantes and attacked Harper's Ferry, which contained an armory. The tension of the vigilante group was to seize the weapons and spark a revolution that would lead to the abolition of slavery by force. However, the U.S. Marines attacked the vigilantes, and many of Brown's allies and 2 more of his sons were killed. Brown refused to surrender, saying he would rather die than give up to the soldiers. He was knocked unconscious, arrested, and sent to prison. They charged and sentenced him to death. The court held him in total contempt, saying, Wanyenyekevu interrupted Friedrich, had I so interfered with the rich, the powerful, the intelligent, the great or on behalf of any of their friends, it would have been all right, and every man would have thought it worthy of reward rather than punishment. Wanyenyekevu continued, they hung him to death in Virginia. He was 59. After his death, the Civil War broke out in the United States, leading to the abolition of slavery. Yes, I have definitely heard of John Brown, but I didn't know all that. Okay then, according to my belief and knowledge, Africans are the first humans on Earth. Many have heard it but do not believe it to be true. Because our history was altered, they and others have been feeding everyone lies. The oldest human remains found by archaeologists is that of a Negro, brown or black person, whatever you want to call us. It helps prove the fact that Africans created civilization and that various African tribes inhabited regions outside of Mother Africa. Just the other day I was doing some research on one such group, the Twa tribe of Africa, who were the first people to live in Ireland. They were also referred to as Akan by other African tribes and the well-known word leprechaun by the Europeans. Leprechaun comes from the Old Irish word, leucarpan, a compound name composed of lu, meaning small, and corp, meaning body. They venerated the Great Black Mother and had women as leaders of their tribe. There have been many tales talked about leprechauns and their magical powers. Many people believe them to be a fairy tale, but in reality, they existed. The Twas were small men and women who grew to about 4 foot 11 inches. They were skilled craftsmen who migrated from Africa to Ireland thousands of years ago and had advanced knowledge of medicine, metallurgy, textile, and clothing, manufacturing. Excellent shoemaking, which the Caucasians at that time in human existence thought was magical. Various authorities have confirmed the presence of the Twa people in history and archaeology. British Egyptologists Gerald Massey, Albert Churchward, and the Scottish historian David Mac Ritchie, as well as the British antiquarian Godfrey Higgins have researched this topic, and they have shed light on the Twa people. Using names such as black as Ethiopians, cum nigris gentibus, nimble-footed blackamoors to describe them. But the Partholans, Fomorians, Nems, Firbolgs, Tuatha De Danann, Milesians of Ireland, and the Picts of northern Scotland were all blacks. Historians describe them as dwarfs, dark elves, or leprechauns in Irish history. There's even a book by Davide Mac Ritchie entitled Ancient and Modern Britons, which stated that the wild tribes of Ireland were black men is hinted at by the fact that a wild Irishman is in Gaelic a black Irishman or dub Arianac. The word dub in Gaelic is black. Like in many parts of the world, there are accounts of Europeans committing, eliminating, or going to war with African tribes throughout history. Entire tribes have been wiped out throughout human history, and they are one of them. Many believe that the Irish celebration of St. Patrick was the hunting down of the Twa people. The reason for the Irish holiday is a poem that's said to reveal a hidden meaning, a moral or political one at that. According to the Irish, back in the 5th century, St. Patrick exterminated Ireland's snakes by driving them all into the sea. The Irish and Christians make it sound like he saved the Caucasian people from real deadly snakes, but that is false. No evidence points to the existence of snakes, even being in Ireland. Ireland never had snakes. There are no snakes in Iceland, Hawaii, New Zealand, Greenland, or Antarctica for the same reasons. You see, Ireland was once connected to a large landmass during the Ice Age, and the land was far too cold for any cold-blooded reptiles to survive. Ireland became colder when the glaciers melted thousands of years ago, pouring more cold water between Ireland and its neighbors. Other animals, like wild boars, lynx, and brown bears, made it across. Also, only a single reptile, the common lizard, was able to make it. Snakes, however, missed their chance to survive in Ireland. So, there was no way St. Patrick could have chased snakes into the sea with his religious powers. The Twa people are the snakes he chased out and killed. The Twa people, just like many African tribes, were wise, just like the serpent. The Twa, just like many ancient African tribes, were also referred to as Naga, Nagar, and Negus, which loosely means serpent people or people of the serpent. Friedrich nodded his head. I knew about the first part, but didn't know about the last part about the snakes. It makes sense that the uraeus or serpent crown on Egyptian and Nubian royalty was known as the Nagar or the Negus, symbolizing wisdom, power, and protection. African cultures and religions have long used the serpent to represent eternal life, regeneration, power, protection, and wisdom. Wanyenyekevu nodded. It is fitting that the allegory of serpents clearly points to the Twa people. It's safe to say that St. Patrick was mostly a warlord and celebrated his role in eliminating and chasing the Twa into the sea, where they met their death. Everyone knows black people ruled Russia and Europe during the Dark Ages. Friedrich smiled. That fits as well. They called it the Dark Ages. Wanyenyekevu smiled. You sound like me, and I'm interested to know more about you, and how you came to this part of the country, all the way from south, excuse me, Azania? Friedrich paused. You can say South Africa or Azania. We have our history here as well. Apartheid was a well-known fact, and we have our heroes and legends like Steve Biko, Shaka Zulu, Mangasuthu Buthelezi, Nkosi Johnson, Thabo Mbeki, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, and of course, Winnie and Nelson Mandela. Our history is not much different from here. Anyway, from North America, my ancestor Eddie Jerome Updike was a powerful warrior for Sabaoth, and my great-ancestor, his mother, Akelamelech, said this to keep us on track. Wanyenyekevu interrupted him. Hold on, I heard that name quite a few times since I've been on this journey. She's your ancestor? Friedrich, with a smile, yes, a noble woman in her time, she said, they may steal my crown, but they will never steal my glory. Those words are written in my DNA. I will rise. Friedrich paused. She served Sabaoth and brought many to knowledge and wisdom, and many of her descendants and followers kept the faith to the present day. She, too, kept the faith, and I did too until my father died, and I became one of the most infamous murderers of all time. I killed the men who murdered my father and anyone who spoke down on my people, no matter their color, race, creed, or gender. I was an angry militant drunk. Hell, if they talked badly about our women, dead. Traveled the world, killing racist people. When I was about your age, I was on my way to Israel to kill some of those fake-ass Jews, but I had to pass the old ruins of the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, which claimed to possess the Ark of the Covenant, or Tablet, in Aksum. Where I met a man who later. Wanyenyekevu interrupted, Mletzi. Friedrich said, but of course, Mletzi. That was 15 years ago, and I have the gift of the Shekinah glory. Only enlightened people see it. I just glow like a bright light to them and I can charge you back up when you're weak and down with a touch. That's my gift, a spiritual battery charger. Oh, and evil cannot come near at all. It burns them to come at least 50 yards. I can feel their spirit burning, like a tingling sensation. Wanyenyekevu was excited about hearing Friedrich's story. But how did you get here? And in jail, on top of that. Friedrich laughed. That's a long story, but it involves that man that was just arrested. While here, I found that book in my cell, and I just started reading it to help the time pass. When I got to that part that you heard me reading, I heard Mletzi say, meet Frederick Douglass, Harriet, and you came to my cell. Wanyenyekevu shook his head. Well then, come meet the rest of us. Friedrich said, the 12, right? Well, 11, I guess, I make 12. I was supposed to meet 11 more people who were Sabaoth's chosen warriors to lead the way. They entered the room where Jom and the rest of the warriors were eating. Before Wanyenyekevu could introduce Friedrich to them, the stone's prophet Z gave them began to shine. Elisha and Elijah said, the man with the glow. Friedrich smiled, saying, that's 11, including myself, where is number 12? Just then, Queen walked in. There she goes, number 12. Queen, confused, asks, what is he talking about? Queen shook her head, never mind, we need Yule in this meeting, but I'll tell them Yule are still eating. Wanyenyekevu shook his head, no, we'll come now and eat later. Walking alongside Queen, the warriors were tired, and Friedrich said to Wanyenyekevu, take care of your people and serve Sabaoth with all your heart, and he shall bless you. Wanyenyekevu said, I have done that, haven't I? Everyone shook their heads, yes. Friedrich then said, everyone except one. Wanyenyekevu stopped, who? Friedrich smiled, everyone except yourself. Rest, and build up what you have gotten so far, because a war is coming, and you must be prepared. Love is a mighty thing. He looked over at Queen as he continued. Sabaoth wants you to find love and make yourself complete. Then he looked at Queen again, and they continued to walk toward the meeting. Wanyenyekevu thought about what Friedrich said, but as soon as they entered the meeting room, Dark Eagle said, Wanyenyekevu, we are still determining how to divide the land. We don't see how to organize the people, nor the land. Wanyenyekevu thought for a minute and said as Dark Eagle projected a map on the wall, we are now in possession of land from Picacho Peak State Park to Tucson, from Tucson to the Watchtower, from the Watchtower to Madden at Altenwer, and from Madden at Altenwer to Colonia Anahuac, but Abenians still surround us. Phoenix, to the north of us, El Paso, Texas, to the east, and the Isles of Californias to the west. I advise we encase ourselves with the military. The warriors and their families, then the civilians. We must be structured to keep order and peace, and I must check all that live here and search their hearts. A huge task, but it must be done. We cannot live in peace when evil is in our midst. It will take some time, but it's time that I settle down and do the will of Sabaoth, because a great war is coming, and all must be enlightened. All will not be warriors, but all will be enlightened. Sabaoth knows what we need, and he shall supply our needs. Once the enlightenment is finished, we will have all we need. Studying the map, a while longer, he continued, Friedrich will be our adjudicator, and the rest of the warriors will have their army. Friedrich turned to Wanyenyekevu. May I add, at first, this was Sabaoth's world, but the day that this planet rejected him and was about to be destroyed was when it became Satan's turn to rule this planet. Satan was trying to control it from the beginning, but now, it's Satan's world because the evil hearts of men. Sabaoth has allowed Satan to control it while Sabaoth gathers his people. We will hear him bark, meaning we will have a few battles here and there, but he is still chained up and cannot harm us until he is released from his chains. Think not, he doesn't know what you have done because he does, but one day, he will get loose. So, clear the evil-hearted men from among us, regardless of race, color, or religion. I don't care if it's your mother. An evil-hearted person must not live within your walls or know what you are doing, lest Satan creeps in and takes all you have, even your soul. For we are what we've done in this life, and what has been done to us created us. So, that is what he will use against us. Therefore, we must seek enlightenment and let Sabaoth use us as he pleases. Friedrich paused. Mletzi visited me, and he said that Sabaoth will stir in the waters of the Gulf and the Atlantic as in a great pot, and his fist will go through the bottom of the earth and will send a slow flood, and many cities will be underwater, and some will disappear forever. We will be in many, many battles, but after this event and the lands become dry, a great battle shall come, and we must send all who cannot fight to the home of the south until the battle is over. Friedrich held his head down. I would rather die for Sabaoth than die for myself. And the people heard his words and repeated them. I would rather die for Sabaoth than die for myself. Friedrich continued, we must pray the prayer of Sabaoth when we go into these battles. My alliance is with heaven, where dwell those who reside in the holy high realms. It is to them I commit this battle, and they will fight for me. Selah. Friedrich then shouted. Usisahau. They looked at Friedrich and he smiled. It means, never forget. They all shout, Usisahau. For hours, Dark Eagle and his family, alongside Wanyenyekevu and the warriors, stayed up all night organizing their plans and deciding what to do and how to do it. After the meeting, everyone was tired, but they all agreed with this new plan. Wanyenyekevu walked into his room and stared at the candles as he sat on the corner of his bed. Thoughts rushed through his mind. He grabbed his notepad and wrote, Lost and Found. Looking for the lost and found, to see if I need to recover a couple of things. Took 2 people along with me, to help me see. We walk up an escalator, then took some zigzagging steps. Followed by some sliding hallways. At the end of the hallways was a sign. Lost and Found. I saw a young lady I haven't seen in 21 years. Why didn't you come through the side doors? You're messing up my floors. I replied, all these years, you still yelling, fussing, and cursing. As I rushed to go toward the back. The sight of her brought back pain, betrayal, and tears. On my way there, I see someone I hadn't seen in 15 years. A rude bastard, who was mean. I asked, why are you still mad? He replied, oh, you're bad. Confused look on my face, as he rushed to get a gat. Started shooting up the place. I felt disgrace. Told my friends, who were with me then, let's get out of this place. But I thought you wanted to find something you lost, one said. I replied with a smile. I just realized, I didn't lose anything, I dropped those things on purpose. Because they hindered my life. As crazy as it sounds. I lost them, so I could be found. He wrote, "Oh me, oh my. Oh me, oh my," was the cry of an old man I once knew. He prayed to the Father about his blessings, his trials, that he endured during his lifetime. 80 years in the world, some good and of course, some bad. Many sad. "Oh me, oh my," was his reply. Remembering the days, frustrations in life. But at all times he had a smile, etched upon his face. Now, as I listen to him pray, having that conversation with his Maker, thinking he's going to leave soon, one day. Oh me, oh my. I sigh. To think about him. What happened to him? It seemed like it was just the other day, a stroke rushed across his heart. Lost one of his legs. Now, praying today. I sit in his house, seeing the grandkids playing. His accomplishments are great and many years have passed. Hoping one day, I can say, before I die. Oh me, oh my. He flipped the page over and wrote, "Black Harmony." Black harmony is a thing of the past. Some might say, and even see, and I do agree. But how can I stop this thing that goes on, in this day and age? There's no unity, like in the days of slavery. When many, can't say all, united into black harmony. Black artists, black business, black corporations grew stronger and stronger. But black on black crime fills the air. Foolishness, selfishness, drugs and alcohol, seems to be our God. But I know, that's a lie. All I can do, so it seems, is just cry. But my eyes have no more tears. Nothing but fear, awaiting black harmony. He wrote, "Lust." What is lust? An intense longing, desire, or need. A craving that many will fulfill at any expense, no matter who it may affect. Selfishness. Is it only sexual? Hell no, that's lasciviousness. You can lust after anything that's conceived. And lust, when it's conceived, brings forth sin. Sin, when it is finished, brings forth death. That's a fact, not fiction. Lust for money was my lust, until I had a dream. Remembering the wisdom of Solomon, the courage of Elijah. Then I remembered that dream. My heart was, some would say, callous, at that time. The day I laid my head down. I was in this room with a ladder, that went upward toward a light. Started climbing this ladder and people started to fall. There were old women and old men climbing slowly, but I was in a hurry, to get to the top. So, I started going up the ladder, with no concern about the others. Trying to get to the top, people started to fall, I didn't care at all. Then as I went up, the younger the people got. But hell. I was scared, just wanted to get there to the top. Non-stop. The light got brighter, I got higher. I got older. Many were falling as my selfishness got stronger. Realized the top had no end. It was too late. I had no family, I had no friends. Driven by lust, and died in my sins. Last he wrote, "I be me. I be me. Now, they say me dread, grow too long. Yes, gone too far. But me gotta learn just a few mo things, 'bout me dreads on me head. Patience, they have shown me. Wisdom is what I thirst, me dreads on the head, are so important to me, and only me. 'Cause, I did all things to be someone else. Me dreads, help me to be me. Used ta dress to impress, now, I dress for me own success. Is that, okay? Can I be me? Seein'. For none else will I try to be. I don't really talk like this. But me try to understand all me fellow man. 'Cause me been a lot of places, met a lot of races, a lot of faces. I read a lot of books, 'bout me Lord. He showed me. Remain low. Humble to dis mess, that cause many to be stressed. Yeah. I look in the mirror, a humble man of God. So, I try. Trying to go far for I trust in only Jah. No, not a Christian. According to the new standards. No Muslim, no Rasta, I be me. Chapter 9, Evil Must Depart. Queen was sitting at a well early the following morning, and Wanyenyekevu saw her looking into the well. A penny for your thoughts. Queen turns to him. Oh, hi, Wanyenyekevu, seeing the pain on her face, tried to make small talk. There is so much to do, and we have so many people to take care of, but I am confident we can do it. It's going to take time, but it'll get done. Sabaoth is able. Queen, looking disappointed, I look back over my childhood and think about how some of these people have influenced me. And it's hard to believe that these same people, and a few of them are my kin, how could they do such a thing to their own people? You see, I always thought our people were righteous, and right now, I feel confused, angry, betrayed, and there are so many more emotions that I can't explain, ever since I found out. A tear ran down Queen's face as she started rambling. You and these people come to us with these strange powers and do amazing things and showed me, that Sabaoth wants everyone, but all this time, our own hate and betray us and my people. We're supposed to love one another. I never trusted these Abenians. They showed up with powers and amazed our people, but not me. She paused and let out a deep sigh, saying, a house divided shall fall. I've seen with my own eyes how you killed that hideous creature, and I'd seen Letzi, but confusion covers me like a blanket. Wanyenyekevu just stood there and listened as Queen poured her heart out until she had finished. Listen, one of my ancestor was a drug dealer, and I have read in his story that the drug dealers in meat in the street act tough, mean and ruthless, but it's just an act, facade for respect. These are the people who are the kindest people in the world and will give you the shirt off their backs. However, the more money you make, the more you grow, the more respect you demand. More you become callous, and would sell your mother for $1. Just as there are many people who were not us, who fought for us. History erased them from history books like John Brown, me and Friedrich was just talking about on yesterday. Virginia Foster Durr, J. Waddy's Waring, and McCarty Braden, Herbert R. Cole, and Jane Elliott. I'm sure there are many more who were not mentioned. Did they hide their names so we would not know of them? I do know that there's got to be a few out there now, somewhere, who believe what is happening now in this world is wrong, as I have met a few on my journey, and they are with us today. Sabaoth is no longer looking for blood that runs through your vein, this DNA thing the Abenians are looking at, nor is he looking for religious rites and routines, for there are many. For centuries, he's been looking at people's hearts. Paul taught us this in the Torah, and I, too, had forgotten until I made this journey. People with different cultures but the same agenda will surround us. That agenda is Sabaoth. We will learn from them as they learn from us. We shall see a little touch of heaven here in this land. No evil-hearted person shall be in our midst, for evil must depart from us. Friedrich walked up to them. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation, and I'm sure many of your people feel the same way as you, and we must talk about healing from so much pain. Do you have an intercom system that can be heard throughout the community? Queen says. Yes, we do, follow me. They walked and talked about the situation, and once in the building, Friedrich took a seat. May I have your attention, please? My name is Friedrich, and I'm here with Queen and Wanyenyekevu. Many of you may be engulfed in mixed emotions about what has happened in such a short period. We have to assess the power of love, hatred, and revenge. I'm reminded of the case of Santoya Brown. If it was me, I would have done what she had done, but that justice system was corrupted, and the old one here was just as bad as back then. You just didn't know it. Let it be known and clear that Sabaoth rules this city and, as I hear, the surrounding areas to the south of us, where Wanyenyekevu is from, live the same way. This new way of life is structured and ordained by Sabaoth. Should we destroy the Computans and the Anacatis? No, for our enemies are now our friends, our family. We must destroy evil, not people, cultures, or races, for even our people were involved in this. The power of Satan has many of them believing lies, but their hearts are filled with greed and the luxuries of this world. That is why they do what they do. We are being gathered from the four corners of the globe to become a great beacon to Sabaoth. Mark my words, it might be 20, 30, or even 50 years from now, but we will become such a great power, and they will welcome us back into their world. But I say stay here, separate yourself from evil, for it will only be a scheme to manipulate and divide us again. But Sabaoth will not move this little corner of the planet. It will be our own Lyle Station, Indiana, but for Sabaoth. We are much larger than Lyle Station, which was one of the earliest African American settlements in the United States. The town had a railroad station, post office, lumber mill, general stores, churches, an elementary school, and 55 homes. Lyle Station was started when a Tennessee slave owner freed Joshua and Sanford Lyles, gave them money, and urged them to seek freedom in a northern state. They journeyed up the Tennessee River to Ohio and the Wabash River. The brothers walked 2 miles east of the Wabash and bought a chunk of government land. The brothers cleared their ground and planted crops. Eventually, they accumulated over 1,200 acres of fertile river bottomlands. Following the Civil War, Joshua returned to Tennessee. He encouraged newly freed slaves to join him in this Indiana Garden of Eden, where cantaloupes and tomatoes grew big and plentiful in the sandy soil. Let us separate ourselves from evil, heal our hearts from the pain, and do the same as the Lyles brothers did. People of all colors, creeds, and beliefs will surround us. Again, it will be easy to do this once everyone has received enlightenment to understand what is happening, for this is truly the will of Sabaoth, that all men be as one. That is the reason I like this word you use, Mestizos. You see, some might not eat pork, some might be vegan. Learn what I say, and don't judge. Don't judge by your weaknesses, but by their weaknesses. Let that sink in for a minute. For we are all human, and none of us are perfect, just as the word says, enlighten. Let us use words to uplift and empower one another, for words are seeds planted in the soil of understanding. If the soil is rich, language is the harvest. The fruit of which is the formula for creation. When we lose our divine tongue or language, we lose the power of creation, Usisahau. Friedrich began to glow brighter as he spoke. Queen and Wanyenyekevu looked at each other as Friedrich continued, justice or revenge is so tempting when someone has wrongfully accused us of exacting revenge on them. When we are in a position to hurt them back. Keep in mind that there is a difference between justice and revenge. There is a time when justice should be sought and fought for. Compensation for an injury inflicted or a loss suffered through neglect or abuse on behalf of ourselves or others. However, revenge refers to the desire to inflict pain, damage, or harm in response to any alleged or actual act of wrongdoing, an act of passion, not proper judgment. Justice seeks redress of wrongs suffered. To set right or seek a remedy for something. Revenge aims to hurt or inflict pain on the wrongdoer. In the case of David and King Saul, Saul became jealous to the point of obsession with destroying David, who was slated to be king in his place because Saul failed God. It was not David's fault that God anointed him. But as he could not hurt God, Saul wanted to hurt David instead, whom he blamed for his failures. The more love David showed Saul, the more he hated him for showing him up as the fallen, inadequate king he was. Saul was embarrassed and wanted to save face. David, a skilled warrior, was able to kill Saul, who was hunting him down like a criminal. He demonized David to everyone to justify it. David's fellow soldiers urged him to kill Saul before he killed him. But David showed mercy and spared the king he found sleeping in a cave. He cut off a piece of Saul's robe, which he later used to show him he could have taken his life. He appealed to Saul to make peace. But in his pride, Saul rejected the offer. David said to Saul, I have not wronged you, but you are hunting me down to destroy me. May the Lord judge between you and me and avenge the wrongs you have done to me, but my hand will not touch you. The old saying goes, from evildoers come evil deeds, so my hand will not come against you. Often, we are in a position to hurt someone who hurt us in ways other than physical. We can retaliate professionally, personally, or even legally. People today use slander, evil speech, false allegations or accusations, and defamation of character to destroy people, whether deserved or not. Here, David exercises remarkable restraint and respect for the laws of God and righteousness. As a result of his compassion, God later did judge between us. Saul was subsequently killed trying to set up the king of Judah, Jehoshaphat. It was God's justice and not revenge. Whatever a man sows, that shall he reap. Evil speech, even Judaism, Hebraism, or the foundation of the Judeo-Christian faith, is intensely aware of the power of speech and the harm that can be done through speech or evil speaking in the Torah or slander and gossip. The universe itself was created through speech. The 43 sins enumerated in the Al-Chait Confession recited on Yom Kippur are sins committed through speech. The Talmud and even James in the Torah tell us that the tongue is so dangerous that it must be hidden from view behind two protective walls, the mouth and teeth, to prevent its misuse. The harm done by speech is even worse than by stealing or cheating someone financially. Money lost can be repaid but can never repair the damage done by speech. For this reason, there is no forgiveness for lashon hara or disparaging speech. This may or may not be true, but it illustrates the seriousness of offensive speech. A Hasidic tale vividly illustrates the danger of improper speech. A man went about the community telling malicious lies about the rabbi. Later, he realized the wrong he had done and felt remorse. He begged the rabbi for forgiveness, saying he would do anything he could to make amends. The rabbi told the man, "Take a feather pillow, cut it open, and scatter the feathers to the winds." The man thought this was a strange request, but it was a simple enough task, and he did it gladly. When he returned to tell the rabbi that he had done it, the rabbi said, "Now, go and gather the feathers. Because you can no more make amends for the damage your words have done than you can recollect the feathers." Speech has been compared to an arrow. Once the words are released, like an arrow, they cannot be recalled, the harm they do cannot be stopped, and the damage they do cannot always be predicted, for words like arrows often go astray. Friedrich paused and took a deep breath. "I didn't come to say all that, I really didn't, but Sabaoth put it in my heart, and I spoke the words he had given me. Be blessed and go in the peace that Sabaoth has given us." Queen and Wanyenyekevu looked at each other, and Wanyenyekevu said with a smile, "Sabaoth is able," and Queen replied, "Yes, he is." The days passed, and many of the enlightened from other camps around the region, dedicated to Sabaoth and his ways, gradually arrived in Tucson in great numbers, dwindling to a few until the last group. Young Yun and his men reported to Wanyenyekevu, "I am the last one, and all camps are secure, and they will report as soon as there is any mention of trouble." Wanyenyekevu ordered all Tucson prisoners to Madden at Altenwar and demanded that every family meet with him to rid themselves of those who no longer fit into their culture, those of evil heart. Queen announced as the people lined up, "If a loved one is not approved, you may go with them, and you are not and will not be forced to stay, but we will force those who do not pass to leave. If you are directed to the left of the building, you will leave because you have an evil heart. We are not saying you were involved in trafficking, but your heart is not right with Sabaoth." I just wanted to say that. Wanyenyekevu sat there in a daze, staring into space as she spoke. Queen noticed Wanyenyekevu, "A penny for your thoughts?" He smiled, "I noticed, and it's just an observation, whether true or not, I'm not aware, but it seems to me that the farther you move from the south in any given direction, the less spiritual people are. I will not live in a place where men's heart is evil. Sabaoth has assigned Dark Eagle and me to look after his people, and I will do just that, so if their hearts are evil, they must be dismissed." The crowd walks around and in the distance, "Where are we to go?" shouted someone in the crowd. "Truly, we must know that your heart is as corrupted as ours, to kick us out in the middle of nowhere." Wanyenyekevu stood up, "Can you see a man's heart? His desires? No, but Sabaoth has granted me that gift, and with it, I can see it. You might fool yourself or others, but not Sabaoth. Go as you please." It is none of my concern. Wanyenyekevu notices a man forcing a woman to follow him. You. Why are you forcing her to go with you? The man was rude. Mind your own damn business. This does not concern you. Wanyenyekevu smiled. Oh, but it does now. Wanyenyekevu shouted, Daniel, and Daniel made his way toward the man. The man shouted, another child. What are we to be ruled by children? Daniel broke both of the man's legs, and as the man screamed in agony, he tried to attack. Daniel turned and broke his nose. Wanyenyekevu asked the woman, do you want to stay or go? The woman said, if you find me worthy, I will stay. The abuse of my children and me have gone far too long to go anywhere with this man. Daniel healed the man and told him to leave or die. Wanyenyekevu looked at the woman, saying, come and bring your children, let me see if you are to stay or leave with this man, for it seems he might need to be by himself for a while. The woman came to the front, along with her children. Wanyenyekevu talks to the woman, touching her and her children, your humbleness was proof. Enter to the right, you have a good heart. The man hesitated to leave, but Wanyenyekevu's words infuriated him. Wanyenyekevu whispered into Queen's ear. His anger will consume him, and he will try to kill me. He has a knife in his outfit on the right side. He shall attempt to kill me as soon as I reach for his hand. The man walked toward Wanyenyekevu. Sir, forgive me, I was just angry at my wife for wanting to stay. May I shake your hand as a sign of friendship and respect? Smiling with disbelief, Wanyenyekevu said, sure, but it will be your death. The man did as predicted, but Queen cut off his hands and then his head. After removing the body, they moved to another location and continued their work. Wanyenyekevu and Queen worked hard each day to move people into and out of the lines. Those whose hearts were pure went to the right, and those whose spirits were evil left, eventually leaving for Phoenix in the hopes they could find someone who would appreciate them there. Wanyenyekevu and Queen talked and touched the people. Day in and day out, they worked together. When they got tired, they would take breaks and go to the nearby ponds and lakes to get away from it all and a means to relax. They were still busy at work for 2 weeks when the communicators were filled with chatter from across the regions at their bases. Wanyenyekevu. Abenians surround us. Before anyone could answer, Abenians flooded the entire Tucson area with sky crafts in the air. Wanyenyekevu got on the communicator, so are we, hold your ground, but do nothing yet. A loud voice could be heard throughout the Tucson skies. Who is this Wanyenyekevu? Show yourself. Wanyenyekevu, along with Friedrich and the rest of his warriors, quickly jumped on their sky craft. As Friedrich got close to some Abenians, they just burnt up, and their sky crafts came crashing to the ground as the people ran for cover. Right at 225 yards, the Abenian said. That is close enough. For the Abenian felt his spirit burning. Wanyenyekevu shouted, I can't yell for that long, I'll go horse. Wanyenyekevu signaled to the warriors as he, Queen, and the 2 brothers Jom and Aldtib moved forward. Wanyenyekevu said, you come at me with full force, I see. You have all our bases surrounded, yet you don't know what you are up against. I'm quite sure that you must have some idea by now, coming at us like this. Speak your mind and be on your way. The Abenian was outrageous at how Wanyenyekevu spoke to him. I am Abeni Bravo, 1, and you dare speak to me like this, you fucking monkey. Wanyenyekevu smiled as he looked at Abeni B1. You are nothing but a demonic spirit that uses these humans as an energy source while you come to destroy this planet for the greater good of Lucifer himself. I see you, no, we see you for who you are, a falling servant of Sabaoth, who's out for revenge for something you did. You're like an ant trying to go to war with a human being. No contest, my friend, go around and don't bother us, until the time comes. And all who do from this day forward shall die, so you might want to prepare those lazy humans you got to go to war with us. You might have a chance. My fault, you won't even come close. Remove all your men from the rest of our territory. Signaling Friedrich and Obey to come forward, the Abenian's flesh began to burn. Or meet your damnation today. Abeni B1 spoke into a device, and the Wanyenyekevu could hear all the bases in his earpiece. They are leaving. As Abenians was about to turn around, Wanyenyekevu said, "We will see each other again." Wanyenyekevu smiled and teased Abenians, "Bring some humans with you next time, by the way. There are a few headed toward Phoenix, you probably can use. They are, how do you say? After your own heart." They spent the rest of the day cleaning up the mess from the sky craft, but the next day, Wanyenyekevu and Queen went back to screening everyone in the area. After 3 months, they had completed their mission, and only 1/8 of the city was rejected. Wanyenyekevu and Queen became close friends after spending so much time together, making their task easier once completed. They announced that the rest of the week would be spent resting, before the holy June. Many women spoke to Wanyenyekevu, and Queen appeared jealous of the unwanted attention. Friedrich saw the emotions and asked Queen to separate herself from Wanyenyekevu until after the holy June but did not explain why. A clock tower was built for the entire city to hear, and at 0500 Monday morning, it sounded for the first time. The town was closed off, and the holy June began. On the first day, Wanyenyekevu stood before the crowd with microphones and cameras pointing in his direction and started by saying, "The population here is about 13,000 people. We have 2,030 enlightened, roughly 65 men per enlightened. Some will take time, and others might get it the same day. Once you have found your gift, help those who have not found their gift." Looking at Obe, mind you, some gifts are not seen or not as obvious as others. But if you speak in new tongues, it's evident that enlightenment has been established. Take Daniel, for instance. We were unsure when he was enlightened because his gift was healing, so something had to be hurt to realize that was his calling. One thing is perfectly clear when you speak new tongues or see Friedrich glowing. You have truly been enlightened, for only those who are enlightened can see the Shekinah glory that overshadows Friedrich. Queen approached the podium. I am reminded of the Maroons, who were descendants of Africans in the Americas who formed settlements away from slavery. They mixed with the indigenous peoples, growing into Creole cultures such as the Garifuna and the Muskogos. It's fitting, I guess, that we should be these mestizos they are calling us. Mshika has taken all our differences away from us and created a new thing in Sabaoth through his sacrifice. Mletzi said this and I'm just now catching on. But it was so Tur, saying, "Those who you thought were your people will be your enemies, and your enemies shall be your people, your family." Don't think your people have become your enemies, for they were your enemies already because they loved themselves more than you. Queen handed the microphone to Dark Eagle as he approached the podium. Like Wanyenyekevu, I agree. I also would rather have a man who doesn't believe in Sabaoth with a kind and gentle heart in my presence than a man who calls himself a believer in Sabaoth but is filled with malice. With this being said, let us begin. The crowd cheered, praising Sabaoth with song and music, and many started singing. Soon many started dancing, and like a rushing, mighty wind like the day of Pentecost, many received that moment and started speaking unknown languages, French, Spanish and other languages unknown to them. It filled Wanyenyekevu with so much joy he, too, shouted and danced for joy. Those who came to assist stayed until all received their gifts, taught those with similar gifts how to use them, and tested their abilities. Dark Eagles, his wife, and Queen became empathic, feeling people's emotions. His sons had extraordinary touch, hearing, and vision. After 6 weeks, the city was reopened, and everyone was covered with the blood of Mshika. Dark Eagle and his 3 sons gave out the land as Wanyenyekevu and his warriors arranged their military according to their gifts. Queen was sitting in her room, and a thought came across her mind. Are there any clues? An addict asks a drunk to stop drinking. Did he forget that he was an addict? But to the drunk, he sees the other man, his fellow man, in a condition worse than he is. How can this be? A man who curses 24/7 asked a lady to stop smoking. Has he forgotten that what comes out of a man defile him, not what goes in? However, the lady who smokes asks the man, "Why do you speak the way you do?" And all he said was, "Because." A liar tells a thief to stop stealing, a murderer to stop killing. Need I say more about us humans? Finding fault with everyone, yet not looking at self. Not looking within. Complaining when winter is winter, when summer is summer. Never satisfied with anything. Gossiping and rumors, rips across your lips, and we don't know it. Or do we? The streets have created a name for us. But I will wait until later to whisper it in your ears. Why wait for later? Why hold back the tears? You are defined simply as a hypocrite. Have you forgotten that all come short of the glory? Or, none righteous, no, not one. Yet, for some odd reason, you believe you are right, even willing to fight. Not understanding that everyone is drawn away by their own lust and enticed. Your lust, your enticements, not mine. But yours. By you, because of you. Your weaknesses are not mine. Your strength is not mine. You are worried about what you think are my weakness, instead of worrying about your own. I understand how it was said that coming to God one had to be as a child. Humble and meek are the people he seek. So, be understanding, seek knowledge, speak with wisdom. We are not perfect. We all have faults. Believe me, I can handle mine in due time. What about you? With the words I've just said, are there any clues? Queen heard a knock on her door. Queen quickly put away her pad. Enter. It was Dark Eagle. You have your own army. I'm so proud of you. Queen smiled. It's a battalion, father, not an army. We, as a whole, create an army. Dark Eagle looked at her. You know what I mean. You are leading loyal warriors of Sabaoth into battle by yourself. She smiled. Wanyenyekevu has made my brother's elders and me a leader of many. Dark Eagle said. Understand this, I like him, but Wanyenyekevu is a man of Sabaoth, and I take nothing from him, but it is Sabaoth who has done this. He's just enforcing it to be as Sabaoth wants it. Queen nodded her head. True, I stand corrected. Dark Eagle hesitated for a second. That's not why I came to see you. Friedrich told me why he asked you to separate yourself from Wanyenyekevu until after the Holy June. He saw what I feel now. You have feelings for this man. Queen was about to interrupt him, but he held up his finger. And you don't know how to express it, so you argue and disagree with him for some odd reason. You're my daughter and have been a hard woman for anyone to get next to. I taught you to be strong and never to be taken advantage of. But love is beautiful, and I feel your love for this man whenever you mention his name. Can I tell you a secret? He has feelings for you also. He is shy when it comes to women, I see that as well. But the great thing about it, it's Sabaoth's will that you and he be husband and wife. Plus, nobody can handle you and your ways but him. Queen looked at Dark Eagle and laughed. What do you mean? Dark Eagle looked at Queen. You know what I mean, Coco. As he left the room, laughing. Davis Monthan Air Force Base was an old, abandoned Air Force base 5 miles southeast of Tucson. It was renovated into a training field for all residents starting at 15. The basic training had to be learned by everyone, but everyone wasn't a warrior, but everyone had a part to play in the new stronghold of Sabaoth. Wanyenyekevu and his 11 warriors, Grace, Mercy, Joy, Jome and his brother Aldhib, Daniel, Elijah and his brother Elisha, Obey, Friedrich, and Queen. They had 12 men each under them, and those 12 commanded hundreds. They trained at different regional locations, from Picacho Peak to Colonia Anahuac, and battled in war games. The Boneyard, a place of antique airplanes, was used for many war games. The losing teams judged all final competitions. On one occasion, Wanyenyekevu and Queen's team were the last two, and the judges called it a draw, so the commanders had to fight each other to find out who would be the competition's winner. Wanyenyekevu took the center of the arena, bowed, and Queen respectfully bowed back as he approached Queen. Wanyenyekevu said, I. Before he could finish his sentence, Queen had roundhouse kicked Wanyenyekevu in the face. Before he could turn back toward her, she threw a punch toward his face, and he blocked it and tried to elbow her, but she flipped out of his way and kicked him in the ribcage. Oh, I see you didn't come to play, said Wanyenyekevu. You already bowed. I bowed, nothing else to do but fight. Play, I'm trying to win. Wanyenyekevu had never fought a female like this before and held back. Queen saw him fight before, and saw what he was doing, and took advantage of that before she said, "Keep holding back, you see my brother over there." Wanyenyekevu turned to look, and Queen kicked him twice in the knees and his groin. Queen finished her statement. "They taught me to fight like a man, you Sabaoth." Wanyenyekevu looked up. "No, I'll never forget it again." Queen and her team had won the competition, scoring 20 to Wanyenyekevu's 15. Friedrich walked toward Wanyenyekevu and helped him up. "Everyone knows you weren't fighting your best." Wanyenyekevu shook his head. "Was it obvious?" In laughter, Friedrich said, "Obvious? Hell, Stevie Wonder could see that." Limping toward the arena sitting area, he asked Friedrich why I didn't see her attacks. Friedrich said, "Because you two are one. You will never see their actions because you love her, and she loves you. I don't know why you're both taking so long to see it, everyone else does." Later that night, Queen headed to his room to apologize for taking advantage of him. She knocked on his door. Hopping to his door, she felt his emotions for her but ignored them as he opened the door. "I just came by to apologize for taking advantage of you, but I must admit it felt good whooping your butt." Wanyenyekevu had left his notepad open, and he stopped what he was saying and quickly rushed over to close it and put it away. Queen noticed it. "What you got there?" Wanyenyekevu felt embarrassed, and Queen felt his embarrassment. "Let me see." She reached for it. He blocked her hand. She countered, and he countered hers as he was doing so. There was a piece of paper on the floor, and she slipped as he gripped her arm. Trying to hold her from falling caused pain in his legs, and she fell on top of him, face to face with about an inch between them. They stayed in that position for 2 seconds as their hearts raced before Wanyenyekevu heard a bella over his earpiece. "Wanyenyekevu, I know you wanted me to keep radio silence, but this is an emergency." Wanyenyekevu quickly answers, "Call everyone for an emergency meeting in the conference room." Queen asked, "Who is that?" Wanyenyekevu didn't answer as he ran to the meeting, leaving Queen in his room. Queen grabbed his notepad and read his poetry. Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve lived a long time ago. They both made mistakes, but they didn't blame themselves. They blamed each other. Adam and Eve, one thing we know for sure, they loved one another. This we know. Eve, the mother of the living, gave birth to mankind. Adam, the father of mankind. Without them both, no man would be here. Let's make that perfectly clear. No man. No woman. At the same time, because of them, sin lives within. Sin is here to stay until the end of days. Something was missing before Eve came into Adam's life. He had to know something before she came. Love had to be proven. They were not here just to be fruitful and multiply. But Adam had to realize with his eyes. Realize he was alone. He was told to name the animals. As he named them, he noticed something was missing in his life. Something was wrong. Doe. Deer. Lion. Lioness. Bull. Cow. He was a man, he was missing the woman. And Eve was formed out of his rib. The missing link of man is truly a woman. Today that's hard to believe, but our example is Adam and Eve. She flips to the next page and notices, Bo, an unfinished poem. She reads, "Loving the way you make me feel. Before, during, and after a conversation. It's great. Do I have to stop searching for love today? Question. Are you here to stay? I've felt this way before, with a few. Now it's you. They were lovely women, again. Now it's you. Hoping the feeling is the same, hoping you are true. Only time will tell, if things will remain. Or, if you will go and be no more. If it continues, I want to tell you something special. On our wedding day, it's simply, I do. Small in stature, strong of heart. You know that's what I like. Large in knowledge, something I crave inside. Huge in spirit, a sparkle in my eye. Hope you understand these lyrics. Seeing a lot of things, the same. We've been through the same. Love the same. Looking for the same thing. Would you like to carry something for me? My last name. Want to be more than a friend one day. A lover, a friend. A husband. Queen sat down on his bed and finished it. So, you want to be my beau. The one that only my heart will only know. Entering into the depth of one another's soul, as we bond and continue to grow. Understanding the meaning of love. Through the words we share. Leaning on one another, when the load is more than one can bear. Reading your heart with the look in your eyes. Never allowing our love to die. Standing by my side through this storm of life. For you have chosen me, to be your wife. For now, and forever, until death do us part. If you can promise that, you can have the keys to my heart. You ask if I am the one. Asked. Is this time for real? Only if we really understand how we feel. The love we share is not yet of physical touch. So, are you sure that it is me that you love so much? I never knew true love, I never thought it was for me. Now you tell me that it could be. A chosen one even for me. That it is you, my love, so true, that I have waited so long to embrace. Standing at the altar, now love fills that space, as we stand here, face to face. Queen was shortly summoned to the meeting about 10 minutes later. Wanyenyekevu waited for everyone to be seated. First, I want everyone to meet Abella. I didn't know who to trust until after enlightenment, so we didn't tell anyone about her, him, it. Whatever, because it's our secret weapon, she was reprogrammed. It's the AI that was at the abyss that Jonathan and Elijah used to monitor the global communication and satellite systems. The Abenians used her to analyze data for them. Long story, anyways, I said all that to say this. The Abenians are training those who left us and some of their own to assassinate everyone in this room. Holding the necklace, he held it around his neck. We can create these necklaces as a symbol of residency. It's called a san, and its material cannot be duplicated cause it is literally from out of this world and fill it with the essence of Mshika, for this canteen has never been emptied since I've filled it. Wanyenyekevu paused. Abella, create a census, track our population, and warn us of new people within our midst through face recognition. Abella said, what the fuck, I look like the Social Security office, they went out of business centuries ago. You need to create a gate and ask for ID, or some motherfucker. Wanyenyekevu looked at Aldhib. Aldhib smiled, what? I love comedy, we just put some old comedians into the programming. I thought it was funny. Everyone loved Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, and Red Fox and M. You lucky I didn't put Rudy Ray Moore in the program. Wanyenyekevu then said. Abella, make the necklaces as soon as possible, please, Abella said. Since you said please. Everyone enlightened was given sands. For months, they trained and built a fortified wall using speedsters around their entire region. Depending on the location, they placed sensitive sensors around mountainous or rugged terrain to detect movements up to 5 miles away. Abeni Bravo, 1 became more and more furious, for he wanted to destroy whoever or whatever had the power to destroy them just by their presence and would send out spies, but no one ever came back. Wanyenyekevu commanded that their airspace be clear of all Abenian and their allies. They destroyed all Abenian sky crafts and intruders on sight. Therefore, Abeni B1 forced all of their human counterparts and trained them for battle. Their paradise became a forced training ground and a harsh reality for the combatants. Wanyenyekevu's and his warriors' training was intensified, and finally, Point de Dieu was taught before the rest of the warriors returned to their homes throughout the region. 9 months had passed, and all the warriors were reorganized according to their skills and gifts, forming their military. They were divided into divisions: air assault, airborne, armored, cavalry, infantry, light, computerized, motorized, mountain, and the reserve training division. Chapter 10, his story or history? Wanyenyekevu saw the diversity among the people and wanted them to coexist in peace, so he organized an educational system and sent for Narraglisser to relocate from Madden at Altenwar to Tucson. Narraglisser organized some of his students to become teachers, and the people learned about each other's history, culture, and religious beliefs. Narraglisser and Wanyenyekevu wanted every nationality and culture to live together to serve and fight for Sabaoth. They held a meeting and demanded the entire area and all the locations under Wanyenyekevu rule to teach, and all had to attend, starting from the age of 15. The people loved their new family and felt like they belonged for the first time, and they served Sabaoth with their mind, body, and soul, calling it El Círculo de Dios, or the Circle of God. After everything was said and done, everyone noticed. Everyone and everything. Their education system was so organized the people willingly began teaching each other and opened their minds and hearts to their new neighbors. It did not surprise Wanyenyekevu that many people knew the history and stories of their cultures very well, and many could go back thousands of years, except their new Wakatilian family. From Picacho Peak to Colonia Anahuac, the 12 battalions took on military responsibility for a month. They rested, learned, and cared for their family until their division was called upon, 1 month of duty and 11 months of rest. Many wise and intelligent members of the group taught classes. The leader of each battalion taught courses on various subjects, but everyone added Wakatilian history, until everyone was familiar with it. They taught about the unsung heroes of slavery, the civil rights movement, sports, educational heroes, and much more. People like Horace King, Tom Molyneux, John Baxter Taylor Jr., Earlene Brown, and Harold E. Greer. They taught about Reverend William Washington Brown, a former Georgia slave who founded the first ever black-owned bank in America, the Savings Bank of the Grand Fountain United Order of True Reformers. Wanyenyekevu, an enslaved man who created a way to keep people from getting sick with smallpox. The story of Jaswant Singh Rawat, the gallant rifleman, highly regarded as the hero of the Indochina War, and William Ellison, a former slave who once was one of the wealthiest men in the South. However, many thought that Wanyenyekevu would teach about history, but he introduced his life's lessons, to their surprise. The things he learned on his way to Arizona taught him something he didn't know or things he took for granted. He taught his pupils skills, such as communication and interpersonal skills, decision-making, and problem-solving. Creative thinking and critical thinking, self-awareness, and empathy, which he called emotional intelligence. He taught assertiveness, stability, integrity, and resilience. Friedrich taught history. He would open his classes with questions to question the authors of history, saying, the interpretations of any authors could be wrong, or do the written records reflect the historian's insights, biases, and limitations? One must research that history on their own and gather their conclusions. For instance, if the Mexicans and Texas Rangers wrote from their side of the story, what would be the facts and opinions during La Matanza? Since the Mexicans are all dead, let us see what we know. When the Texas Rangers were formed, they were supposed to be the symbol of American toughness at the border. They battled the indigenous for dominance in the region, chased down runaway slaves who sought freedom deep within Mexico, and settled scores with anyone who challenged the Anglo-American project in Texas. These Texas Rangers and some white civilian vigilantes shared the same views. Yet, they murdered thousands of Mexicans in Tejano, a name used for Mexican-descendant Americans in South Texas. We are supposed to hail them as heroes. Some were Mexican revolutionaries, but most were ordinary people caught in the violent crossfire. We know this, as a fact. La Matanza broke out between the rising tensions between Texas and Mexico following the Mexican Revolution. After the revolution, Mexican refugees migrated to the U.S., looking to escape the violence and political unrest in their own country, causing the Mexican population in Texas to triple, which led to violent scuffles on the border. The Bandit War and a series of Texas raids carried out by Mexican rebels from Tamaulipas, Coahuila, and Chihuahua led to Anglo-Texan counter-raids involving the Texas Rangers, who were responsible for the deaths of 5,000 Mexican Americans. President Woodrow Wilson ordered 110,000 more National Guardsmen from state militias to the border for patrol duty in Brownsville, Texas, to help with the violence at the border. But we know, all so well, what happens when you move into America's white neighborhood. But yet and still, they have claimed to be Native Americans for money and land, reached the term, the $5 Indian. We know how they have wiped out the entire African population for resources for centuries. But if it weren't for the Moors, they probably would have died off centuries ago. Getting off the subject, which Friedrich often did, he had to look back onto his notebooks. Okay, the lynching of law-abiding Mexican Americans includes Antonio Rodriguez, Jesus Bazan, and Hidalgo Commissioner Antonio Longoria. Now, let's look at this because often, we listen to the stories of the hunter but never the hunted. The Texas Rangers became so notorious for their brutality against Mexicans and Mexican Americans that they dubbed them Los Diablos Tejano, which means the Texan Devils. The Rangers were responsible for slaughtering thousands of Mexican Americans during their reign of terror. Still, they could get away with the violence as the Texas legislature would hide accounts of their brutality. Although, they held hearings for the public to see. The facts are simple. The Texas Rangers shot Jesus Bazan and his son-in-law Antonio Longoria, the elected commissioner of Hidalgo County, dead as he rode his horse on a dirt road. They committed no crimes, but were killed by the Rangers, who they suspected were Mexican bandit sympathizers. They both came from well-respected, land-owning families, and Longoria was an elected official. Or how about Antonio Rodriguez? They accused him of murdering 40-year-old white woman, Effie Greer Henderson, who was found on her porch with a bullet wound to the head and back. They arrested Rodriguez the following day and accused him of killing her in cold blood because she was supposedly rude when he asked her for food. Without a trial, he was beaten, lynched, and burned alive. Mexican investigators from San Antonio opened an investigation afterward. They found out that the Rock Springs locals didn't know anything of Rodriguez, which sparked an outrage that reached his hometown of Guadalajara. How about Leon Martinez Jr., a Mexican-born and Texas-raised man, was lynched after being arrested on suspicion of murdering a 26-year-old white woman. He was the last person seen speaking to her, and despite proclaiming his innocence, he was pressured to confess to the crime by a violent mob and was hanged. Eventually, State Representative Jose Canales investigated the brutality of the Texas Rangers and state police against Mexican Americans. Canales presented the case and gathered evidence and testimony from witnesses about the Rangers' racist violence. When the case went to trial, Canales brought 19 charges against the Texas Rangers, but after a lengthy court battle, they ultimately dropped the charges, of course. Friedrich paused before saying, off subject, but most people don't know this because it isn't being told, nor written. Even though the blacks started the civil rights, every race other than the blacks reaped the benefits from the Civil Rights Bill. And I mean way more than any black person did. But back on track. Suppose we search for the real history of the police in America. They started as ex-gunslingers guarding the wealth of the rich on stagecoaches. They were also slave catchers working for slave owners whose slaves were their cash crop. From there, they protected the turn-of-the-century wealthy landowners from the bandits and disgruntled land seekers and outlaws seeking gold. A part of them developed into the infamous Klan. As newly freed blacks were prospering and building townships like Black Wall Street, while the Great Depression destroyed white wealth, they were hired or volunteered to, quote, protect the white people from black uprisings. They were behind the many white riots of the 1920s to 1950s, which launched the black civil rights movements. White supremacists were always in law enforcement since the era of the marshals and the sheriffs, which name they took from the black Moors who ruled these lands for centuries. Marshal is just a play on Moors L, and sheriff is really sharif, or a ruling class of Moors. The star is also African Moorish and is taken from Ethiopia and the Star of David. These people invaded a land already settled and ruled by black indigenous people who kept much of their ancient culture and took it over. They had no culture or civil life of their own. They learned from us, have always stolen and profited from our culture, but have envied us." Friedrich's buzzer went off and interrupted him. "Okay, class, that'll do it for today." North American colonists' warfare against Native Americans often was horrifyingly brutal, like the gifting of blankets and linens contaminated with smallpox. I need a paper from you to describe your thoughts on this matter. Wanyenyekevu also appointed that 10% of everyone's land belonged to the community. Since some land was dry while others were fertile, they used speedsters to build irrigation systems for gardening and livestock. Many saw a change in Queen. She learned and taught ecological stability and influential couples in history. She taught about U.S. President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama, Chef Marcus and Maya Samuelson, Denzel and Pauletta Washington, Omar and Keisha Epps, Angela Bassett and Courtney B. Vance. Jonathan and Elijah taught classes on electronics and engineering and headed up the research and development team. Obey taught with his son, Dekarish, by his side. He taught his pupils about indigenous people and their lands, like the Dravidian or Harapian, the black race of people who first civilized what used to be called India and Pakistan thousands of years before the Hindu culture did. Daniel gave an impressive class on Egyptian history. Elisha taught about the miseducation of the so-called African American people. Narraglisser was nicknamed Big Teddy Bear because everyone loved him everywhere. He taught about the arts, bringing back music and dancing to the people, telling stories of artists from every genre, and creating holidays and celebrations for all cultures to enjoy. Told stories of such greats like Blind Lemon Jefferson, Roger, Prince, Nelson, Michael Jackson, Jimi Hendrix, the Levert family, Marvin Gaye, Donny Hathaway and his daughter Layla. On Narraglisser's first day, he taught about Celia Cruz. Celia de la Caridad Cruz Alfonso showed the entire world that life is a carnival. A Latin America's Black Queen, an influential artist in Latin music, and a crucial black icon in a culture that didn't celebrate blackness. She was born in Havana, Cuba. She learned Santeria music thanks to her neighbor, a practitioner and singer. Despite her father's disapproval at first, because he was a devoted Catholic, but agreed as long as she stayed in school. She started dabbling in Yoruba, a language spoken in West Africa. After 15 years of working with the Matancera, she became a staple of Havana's nightlife, and appeared in some famous golden age of Mexican cinema movies. When Fidel Castro rose to power, Celia was touring in Mexico, and when she attempted to return to Cuba and denied entry, she became a U.S. citizen after joining the legendary Tito Puente. Determined to conquer the Cuban community who had settled in the U.S., her unique fashion style honored her Afro-Caribbean roots, merging elements of Cuban culture and her African ancestry. She became one of the most important salsas and tropical music figures, two genres historically dominated by men. Mercy taught about the deception of the Jews. Two things don't lie. That's the truth and DNA. Let's take the origin of the Ashkenazi Jews from Europe. Does this not contradict the fact that the European Jews primarily descend from people who left Israel and the Middle East 2,000 years before? Most of the population originates from local Europeans, who converted to Judaism. Little is known about their history before they were expelled from the Mediterranean and settled in Poland. We know that Ashkenazi Jews are genetically related to each other as fourth or fifth cousins. Researchers got strange answers for whether Ashkenazi originally came from Europe or the Near East. Past research found that 50 to 80% of DNA from the Ashkenazi Y chromosome was used to trace the Near East's male lineage, which supported a story that Jews came from Israel and their intermarriage when they settled in Europe. However, based on accounts by the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus, that said, by the time of the destruction of the Second Temple in AD 70, as many as 6 million Jews were living in the Roman Empire. Therefore, there is no way that both statements could be true because only about 500,000 lived in Judea. The major Jewish communities were outside Judea. When they analyzed mitochondrial DNA contained in the egg's cytoplasm and passed down only from the mother, from more than 3,500 people throughout the Near East, the Caucasus, and Europe, including Ashkenazi Jews. They found that only 4 founders were responsible for 40% of Ashkenazi mitochondrial DNA, and they originated in Europe. We could trace most of the remaining people to other European lineages. Over 80% of the maternal families of Ashkenazi Jews could be traced to Europe, with only a few originating in the Near East. None came from the North Caucasus, along the border between Europe and Asia, between the Black and Caspian Seas. Most Ashkenazi Jews can trace their roots to the mysterious Khazar kingdom that flourished during the 9th century in the region between the Byzantine and Persian empires. The genetics suggest many of the founding Ashkenazi women were converts from local European populations. The simplest explanation was that it was mainly women who converted, and they married men who'd come from the Near East. Another possibility is that Jews actively converted both men and women among local populations at this time. Gamal Abdel Nasser, the second president of Egypt in 1956. Abdel went on television and radio in the 50s and stated to the Ashkenazi, "You have left black and returned white. You are impostors and shall never see peace," similar to the $5 Indians in the late 1800s. White men could claim land if they could prove they were Native Americans, and you could do just that for $5 at the registrar's office. How many years passed for each generation to keep believing in this lie, that they were Native Americans? Grace opened her class by saying, the Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis in the Wakatilian males, called the Tuskegee experiment or Tuskegee syphilis study. An ethically abusive study was conducted between 1932 and 1972 by the United States. The Public Health Service and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention on nearly 400 Wakatilians with syphilis. They define research as a systematic and creative action taken to increase knowledge about humans, culture, and society and to apply it in new areas of interest by using systematic and constructed scientific methods to obtain, analyze, and interpret data. My question is, we know who, we know what, we know how, and we even know the when and where. So, why did they want this done, and what was their conclusion to their data? When Altib came to his first class, he made his family and friends attend with Wanyenyekevu, Jom, Obe, and the rest sitting on the front row of the classroom. He cleared his throat and spoke of self-respect and self-worth. My name is Altib. Before I met Wanyenyekevu, as a matter of fact, I was the one that named him Wanya because I couldn't. No, I take that back. I didn't want to learn his name, Wanyenyekevu. Back then, they knew me as Jonathan. I sold drugs to my people for profit. I did many things for profit and didn't care about anyone but my brother. They said that drugs are the gateway to people becoming who they are. I disagree, drugs are not the gateway to being a negative person. I say trauma, childhood abuse, molestation, and neglect are the gateway conditions, and the symptoms are drug abuse, violent behavior, hypersexuality, and self-harm. These conditions leads a person to become who they become. Good or bad. I am reminded of the infamous DMX's words, always trust everyone to be themselves, but trust in the fact you see them. It takes so much energy not to trust someone, trust them to be them. Trust a snake to bite you, trust a liar to lie to you, trust a thief to steal from you, but hail them when you see them. You see, this place is a dream for me. Trusting people is a far-fetching thing where I'm from, for many will quickly stab you in the back for little of nothing. They would kill anyone, even those not a part of that street life. But that dream has become a reality. Accept it, believe it, and receive it. I was ashamed of who I was and who I had become, but our childhood was not pretty. So, I say, be yourself and be proud of who you are. Me and my brother Jom were raised in the gutters, in the streets. Before and after losing our parents at an early age. Our father was a pimp, and our mother was one of his hoes. Don't feel sorry for me one bit, for the pain that I endured made me who I am today. I'm not going to give you my entire history, but many of you know or heard about me before we came here and my marriage to the joy of my life. He paused, then smiled. I never get tired of saying that. My childhood created something in me that has allowed me to be just that, me. But I have seen people in the streets make 100 times more than the next man and have this air about themselves. I have seen people smarter than others and have an air about themselves to those less intelligent. Yes, I curse not as much, especially around those who have soft ears. But for centuries, we have taken, quote, bad words, and made them into words of endearment. Christian was a negative word, and it became a blessing. Nigger was a negative word, and it was changed into nigga. It was changed into a blessing, an honor even. I have done many things that made me hard to get along with, but I have changed. I might be strange to some who never experience these things in which I experience, but I'm no longer ashamed of who or what I am. The Torah says in 1 Peter 2 verse 9 that we are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people, that you should show forth the praises of him who have called you out of darkness into his marvelous light. I learned to accept and not be mad or jealous because I lacked intelligence or money. I was arrogant and selfish, but it is no more I, it is Sabaoth that lives within me. Everything I ever wanted is here, and we are all equal, and we all are one. Everyone stood up and applauded Aldhib as he placed his papers in a briefcase, and Wanyenyekevu stood up to leave. Aldhib looked at Wanyenyekevu, Mr. Wanya, where you think you're going? Wanyenyekevu said, I thought you were through. Aldhib smiled, Mister, did I say class dismissed? Wanyenyekevu sat back down, no, sir. Aldhib said, laughter is the medicine we all need to ease our stress, relax the soul. That reminds me of Wanya when we first met. He was an uptight and serious man. He made a few corny jokes, and then they got pretty funny as time passed, and in battle, he was so confident he was actually hilarious and bold. He got that from me. Wanyenyekevu smiled and shook his head to agree as Aldhib continued. Laughter was the remedy for me, for if you look at it, life is funny. It's nothing more than the truth. It might not be when you see the problem, going through the crisis, but it's funny after a while and looking at the silly things we do as humans, what we do for love and material gain. We have to look at ourselves and see how life is funny and don't get caught up in this world, but get caught up in Sabaoth. Now, Mr. Wanya, I finished, class, dismissed, as the crowd laughed. Wanyenyekevu returned home, felt extremely tired for no reason, and took a nap after Aldhib's class. Lying down, he falls asleep. He sees Queen walking towards him, happy, and asks, why are you so happy today? Smiling, she replies, 'Cause I see you, handsome, let's go to the lake, enjoy the view, and play slip rocks. They enjoy the lake for hours and return home as the evening closes. On their way home, there's a party going on, whose celebration is this for? Queen laughs, it's yours, silly, happy birthday. The crowd grows larger by the minute, and he hears Queen say, because of him, my friends and family are gone. Wanyenyekevu's smile becomes a frown, and in a ball of confusion, he looks at the people he is surrounded by and notices no one. Until Wanyenyekevu sees his sister talking to Queen, but he did it for Sabaoth. A tall muscle man comes to the celebration, and Queen's face lights up, and she shouts, my king, where have you been? The stranger looks at Wanyenyekevu, raises his eyebrows and smiles, and says to Queen, I've been around, baby. They both disappear and are seen upstairs in Queen's room moments later. Queen changes clothes in front of the man with her breast out and shakes them side to side as the man stares at Wanyenyekevu again with an evil smile. Queen shouted outside the window to everyone at the party, if a nigga come looking for me, tell him I already got a man. Wanyenyekevu wakes up from his dream. As he tries to understand his vision, he turns to see something written in his notepad when he sees someone else's handwriting on one of the pages in his book. Looking at the writing, he noticed it was Queen's handwriting. Furious that someone wrote and read his heart's desire, he spoke into his earpiece. Queen, where's your location? Queen, hearing his tone, replied, at the lake, what's wrong? Wanyenyekevu, thinking about his dream, just said, I'm on my way. Rushing to his sky craft, He opened the book and started reading what Queen had written, and his steps got slower and slower as he reached his sky craft. It's beautiful, Wanyenyekevu thought to himself. Upon reaching Queen, she noticed the notepad in his hand. I know you're mad, but I wrote that. Wanyenyekevu smiled. I was mad because no one has ever seen my work, and I. Realizing the dream was a trick, he said, I didn't know you wrote so beautifully. I came here to give you a piece of my mind, but I think I would rather give you a piece of my heart. I love it, and honestly, I think I love you, but I never had the heart to tell you. Because I'm shy. Queen grabbed the book, opened it to the poem, and read what C wrote aloud. So, you want to be my beau, the one that only my heart will know. Entering into the depth of one anther's soul, as we bond and continue to grow. Understanding the meaning of love. Through the words we share. Leaning on one another when the load is more than one can bear. Reading your heart with the look in your eye. Never allowing our love to die. Standing by my side through this storm of life. For you have chosen me to be your wife. For now, and forever until death do us part. Queen Softy grabbed Wanyenyekevu by his chin and looked him in the eyes, and continued. If you can promise that, you can have the keys to my heart. You ask, if I am the one. Is this time for real? Only if we really understand how we feel. The love we share is not yet of physical touch. So, are you sure that it is me that you love so much? I never knew true love, I never thought it was for me. Now you tell me that it could be a chosen one even for me. That it is you. My love, so true, that I have waited so long to embrace. Standing at the altar. Now love fills that empty space. As we stand face to face. Wanyenyekevu said. I promise. And Queen kissed Wanyenyekevu, and said, I promise as well. Wanyenyekevu looked at Queen and said, I will be your Adam, and you will be my Eve. And off the top of his head, Wanyenyekevu said to Queen. In my eyes, I see my Eve. I am committed to my Queen, dedicated to my Queen. Eve. Mother of the living. You taught the art of love and compassion, the art of giving. Populated the foundations, taught wisdom to the minds of the weak. Made time to give of yourself. Molded me to be me. I felt all her pain, frustrations, and anguish. Yet it was hidden with a smile. Felt all her joy, happiness, and love. Having eyes to see, because you are a part of me. The Almighty guided me to you. He was pleased, and gave you me. My Eve. Unaware that many people were there, they started cheering and heard a few people saying, about time. Like wildfire, the news was spread throughout the region about Queen and Wanyenyekevu. Dark Eagle and the rest of Wanyenyekevu's closest friends celebrated for days as people were happy to welcome the new couple. On the festival's last night, Wanyenyekevu lay down, unaware he was dreaming. He heard a voice. Why is it you can't sleep, young Liberté? Has the spirit of Sabaoth prepared you for your journey? Wanyenyekevu spoke to the man, unaware the man had called him Liberté. What journey do you speak of? I just couldn't sleep and walked along the lake until I came across. How is it you know my name? Wanyenyekevu was putting up a notebook in his hand and gathering his thoughts as he stood up. The messenger continued. The spirit of King Solomon is upon you. The wisdom, heart, and soul of King Solomon you have been blessed with. Many times Sabaoth has used just one man to get his people to see. Like the prophets Elijah and Elisha and countless others. You and your descendants will use words of wisdom, peace, and the sword to destroy Sabaoth's enemies. Your writings have reached the ears of Sabaoth, and he rejoices in your words. For this reason, you are no longer called Liberté, but Wanyenyekevu. The old man transformed into a wolf. Wanyenyekevu shook his head and rubbed his eye as the old man continued, In 3 days, you will see me again in this form, and I will be your guide on a journey. For 3 days you shall perform the holy jeûne and bid your family farewell, for they will not see you for 150 seasons. Know this, before you leave the state of Louisiana, you shall endure many trials and tribulations to enhance your spiritual man and physical body that will prepare you for your journey. Be not afraid, for Sabaoth will be with you the entire time. Quickly interrupting. Wanyenyekevu smiled and said, How can a man live to be 150 seasons, sir? You know that with Sabaoth, all things are possible, but it will not be you, but your blood and your spirit shall return to Sabaoth's people, and his name shall be called Cush. The old man replied, With your blood, in seeing, you shall see more, and for hearing, you shall hear more. And with your spirit, you shall control the flesh, see with the eyes of Sabaoth, and teach others to do the same. The old man smiled as he transformed again. Behold, your wife. As he continues, an image of a beautiful woman appears in a cloud of smoke. Your spirits are as one, and the love you shared will be forever. It will be remembered as an example of Sabaoth's happiness between man and woman. Wife. Wanyenyekevu said aloud, and then he was taken back into darkness and heard another voice. Adam had to realize that he needed Eve. Just like you had to realize you needed Anaya, and Anaya had to realize she needed you, and you both were meant for each other. Go in peace and be happy with your wife, for many blessings will come to you both. Wanyenyekevu opened his eyes, and it was the next day. Queen approached Wanyenyekevu with a strange look on her face and asked, Didn't you say your name was Liberté? Wanyenyekevu looked at her and said, Yes, why you ask me that? Queen continued. I dreamt that a young man was at a lake, and Melki appeared to him as a wolf at first. Wanyenyekevu said I had the same dream, but what you saw in the dream happened to me days before I made my journey here, that was over 9 years ago. Queen then took Wanyenyekevu by the hand and took a seat. I've been a tomboy all my life and never really knew anything about being domesticated. I helped my aunt, but I enjoy hanging out with my brothers fighting, riding horses, and stuff like that. I'm happy Sabaoth has sent you to be my husband, for I know you are a good man, kinda shy, but a good man. Wanyenyekevu smiled as she continued, What I'm trying to say is I'm willing to be the best wife I can be. Wanyenyekevu held her hand. They taught me as a young child how to be, as you call it, domesticated and a man. The things I do know were taught to me on my way here. I was never a warrior, as a matter of fact, my grandmother made me cook and clean, telling me, imitating Big Maasai voice, you don't need a woman to cook and clean when you can do it yourself. So, what you don't know, we can do together and learn from each other. That's how we become strong and as one. Queen smiled and said, I like that. After 6 months, they set a date for their wedding, where Friedrich would wed them, Jom and Aldhib would be his best men, and Dark Eagle would give her away. Later that night, Wanyenyekevu sat on his bed thinking about his conversation with Queen. He looked up and started to talk to Sabaoth. Lord, please humble me and make me what you want me to be for you and my wife to be. I'm nervous and can't sleep worrying about being married to such a beautiful and strong woman. I ask this in your son's name, Amen. As he tosses and turns in his bed, he reaches for his pen and paper and writes, self-righteous. The price of never being wrong is never being right. You say to yourself, no one can tell me anything. You say you got all the answers to everything, everything is correct. They are all right. But that's to you and only you. Self-righteous. Open-minded to nothing, close-minded to everything. Self-righteous. Did you know that being wrong helps you learn how to be right? Do right. But being right all the time makes you wrong. Do wrong. He that knows the answers to everything knows nothing. There's only one who knows all. He's above, not down here amongst the spheres. But to self-righteous people they cannot hear the words that I say. We that learn from our wrongs, learn to do right, be righteous. Not self-righteous. So, humble yourself in the sight of the Lord, and he shall lift you up. Then he wrote, Poetess. Words of love, words of pain, words of relief, the poetess. She describes her life, her feelings, and emotions as mine. A phrase of determination, a fragment of joy, sentences that combine the two. The poetess reaches into the heart to break away the stones, the walls that have been built up. The poetess. Vowels of passion, syllables that come to life. Consonants that grow deep inside you that someday will shine. Letting the world know, feel and see. The poetess. He wrote. Who's to blame when the sun refuses to shine? Who's to blame when the stars refuse to sparkle at night? Many times, it seems like I'm the blame just for being a man. No one is always right, trying the best that I can. Giving my all, but that seems like it's just not enough. Baby, who's to blame? They said that your love is pure as gold, that is what I've been told. If that is true, grab a hold, because my love will unfold. I go through ups and downs. Many times, you've even seen my pain. Give me time, give me space, the only thing I ask. Who's to blame? Who's to blame when I need help? Can I call on you or will you let me down? Always been there for you, you know this is true. I did it because I cared. Now in my pain, you're never here, who's to blame? He wrote, searching for love. Wanting to be adored for my mind, not for my money. Saying, no money, no honey. Always getting hurt, searching for love. Heart becoming so cold, searching for love. Always giving, never receiving. Would life be better alone? Hell no. That would be a sad, sad song. Done all that I know, searching for love. Looking for just one to show me love. The kind sent from heaven above. I've turned down the right ones and chose the wrong ones in the past. Searching for love. Lust deceived me. Lies made them believe me. Searching for love. Searching for love. No more, I'll let love find me. Then he wrote, take my heart. Just take. Take my heart. Giving you all that I got. Tired of trying so hard to look for love, so, take my heart and do as you will. Whatever you like. Tired of being used, abused, or even someone's substitute. Gave you a treasure that can't be measured. Can you see the pain? Can you see the love I had in the past? Years ago. I gave you the best, gave you me, but you couldn't see. Take my heart. Do whatever you like, tear it apart. Whatever is in your heart. Trusting your love caused loneliness. You came to me with your arms opened wide. An unexpected dream, you said. But all I see now is pride, lying next to you. I realize that our love has died. I told you, as I was crying, you can have my heart. Take my heart. Now, please, leave my heart alone. Queen's battalion was up for their cycle to protect the perimeter, and the week after their return would be the wedding day. While Queen and her battalion were on duty, Wanyenyekevu prepared his house as their home, and they agreed on where they would live. With the help of his friend and speedster Grace, they prepare a beautiful home for him and Queen. A big, beautiful, spacious stucco home, for she had already said she wanted a large family, so Wanyenyekevu planted a vegetable garden on one side of the house and an herb garden on the other. Front and back of the house, there was enough space to grow beautiful flowers and evergreen grass, and the rest of the land was open land with horses and farm animals and an enormous barn and workspace to work the ground as they pleased. He used 20% of the land instead of 10% for the community to raise and breed horses. The community came together and helped Wanyenyekevu and his top officials decorate the rest of the property for the wedding and the biggest wedding party they had ever seen. Once Queen's duties were completed, Jome and his battalion took responsibility for the perimeter, but made sure he was nearby not to miss the ceremony, seeing he was the best man. Grace, mercy, and joy coordinated it all. Altib helped with all the electrical and computerized work, installing microphones, monitors, and speakers within the zoo, while Elijah and Alicia configure and install others outside the zoo. The estimated crowd size was in the thousands, and the zoo would only hold some of them. Dark Eagle and his sons prepared 6 pits and smoked Queen's favorite foods, and her aunt designed her the most beautiful dress. Daniel and Obey organized security and seating arrangements by region. Narraglisser gathered all the classical music he heard Wanyenyekevu play, a mixture of R&B by Joe Avant, Anita Baker, and Luther Vandross, and some jazz by Najee, Santana, and Grover Washington, Jr. Chapter 11, The Wedding. Wanyenyekevu was a nervous wreck trying to get everything together, but the entire community and his friends were there every step of the way. It would be perfect if my parents could come, but it wouldn't be safe for them to come, nor return, without putting them in danger, said Wanyenyekevu as he and Obey leaned against the fence of his new home. Obey smiled. They would understand. We have enemies surrounding us in every direction except the south. They should stay where it's safe until things are safe here. Wanyenyekevu looked at Obey. It will never be safe as long as El Paso surrounds us to the east, Phoenix to the west, and nothing but Abenians to our north, miles away, but they are there. Mercy walked up and stood by with her arms folded and tapping her foot on the ground. Sorry to disturb you too, but there is work to be done. Obey, find your son, 'cause I need some work done in the animal cages, and Wanya, Joy needs you for something. Wanyenyekevu and the council appointed governors and officials for each town and territory to help to organize the newly formed areas, and 2 days before Queen was scheduled to get off duty, they started arriving, and there was nowhere to house the people before the wedding day. Hence, the visitors began building camps throughout the city, and the encampments and visitors overran the city. Friedrich advised Wanyenyekevu, back in the day, they made hotels to house visitors when they traveled from place to place. Let's build our visitors a comfortable place to stay so they know we will be overwhelmed. Wanyenyekevu agreed and called an emergency meeting for all speedsters and engineers to come together and build an enormous building that enclosed the entire zoo that housed hundreds of families with spacious rooms and placed the people in there for the wedding. Alberto, the governor of Colonia Anahuac, approached Wanyenyekevu after the meeting. Wadawake Sasa Kupumzika is 3 days after the wedding. The hotels are a good idea, and now, we'll stay a little longer and help you celebrate your wedding and this glorious holiday. Because of you, we all live in peace and would like to honor you and your future wife. Wanyenyekevu was honored and agreed by ordering 3 more buildings to be built for the people. Friedrich turned to Wanyenyekevu. What will we do with these buildings afterward? Wanyenyekevu thought for a minute to himself. Schools? Friedrich agreed. The people started arriving from Ciudad Cuauhtémoc, Madden at Altenwer, Colonia Alvaro Obregón, and Grañas El Venado. Queen was relieved of her duties by Jome and saw all the people and was amazed and shocked to see them in her town. Wanyenyekevu stood there to welcome her. Who are all these people? Queen asked. Wanyenyekevu smiled. Our wedding guests. She looked around again. We still have a week before we get married. Wanyenyekevu looked at Queen and was speechless. Well, we have more gifts than we thought we were going to get. The city was crowded, and the security was heightened, but everyone was finally comfortable, and the city was ready for the biggest wedding they had ever seen. Wanyenyekevu sat on his bed and just stared into space, nervous for the day had come, and he just sat there and thought about the things he loved about Queen. He grabbed his pad and wrote, one of a kind. Searched, until I have found the only one for me. Someone, who would be dear to me. For the world to see. Is my search over? Can I be at rest? It seems as if she's passed the test. The test of time. Someone who understands my language. Understand the way I think. The way I act. As a matter of fact, can see the things before they form in my mind. Lord, oh Lord. She's one of a kind. A knock is heard on Wanyenyekevu's door. Come in. Unaware if he had been sleeping or just looking at the ceiling all night. His notepad still lies on his chest, and an ink spot on his sheets the size of a quarter. Friedrich opens the door. I've checked the entire territory with the help of some speedsters, and everything seems to be secure. The guests are restless as well and... Seeing the look on Wanyenyekevu's face, Friedrich asked, "What's wrong?" Wanyenyekevu replied nervously. "Nothing. I have checked the horses already numerous times and the guests were comfortable and..." Friedrich looked at Wanyenyekevu strangely because he wasn't speaking with confidence. Wanyenyekevu looked back at Friedrich with his head tilted and eyes wide open, and Friedrich thought aloud, "Oh, you're a virgin?" Unaware if he should be embarrassed or proud now, Wanyenyekevu said, "Yes, and I never." Using his finger, got the talk. Sitting down on Wanyenyekevu's bed, Friedrich said, "Well, spiritual, that's a good thing, which is more important than the physical thing." Making a joke as he tried to ease the tension. "So, you never got your cherry?" "Busted." Wanyenyekevu embarrassedly smiled as Friedrich took a deep breath. "But seriously, is she a virgin as well?" "Who am I kidding?" "She is." Taking another deep breath. "Listen. Because you two are virgins, you don't have to worry about the dick game," Wanyenyekevu said hesitantly. "The dick game?" Friedrich shook his head. "Yes, that's what it's called, not the penis game, but the dick game. I'm not trying to be like Aldtib." As they laughed, he continued, "I'm not sure if you know this, but men have different sizes, and women would sometimes compare their men with other men they have been with by the size of their dicks. Some were bold enough to ask to see it before dating. If she dealt with a man with a larger dick than yours, she felt she wasn't getting the full package, and in the back of her mind, she was getting cheated out of the full pleasure of sex. Searching for the same dick size, but not searching for the true essence of a man. It was a toxic game where demonic forces crept into sex and corrupted the gift of God into a lustful game. Years of this caused women to have large body counts before the age of 30 and had multiple children by multiple men, and by the time they were finished playing the dick game, it was too late. Many men remained single because of this fact, asking themselves why they needed a woman with so many kids when he has none, and the cost to deal with that woman was greater than it was worth. They wanted them to care for their children and love them, but they could not discipline them, and the child's father was just as bad or even worse. Many died over this, and soon many refused to date their own and traveled abroad to find wives. As Friedrich spoke, Wanyenyekevu thought about the demons, incubus and succubus, while he was in Tallulah, Louisiana. Friedrich continued, "If a woman was happy with you in every aspect, but the bed, she would rather deal with a despicable man with a larger dick instead of a good man with a smaller dick, and the man with the bigger dick would use her for sex or material gain." Now, even though these men had plenty of other women, they were using in the same way. The women started having babies with these men. The men just wanted sex and money, not the babies, and these women began saying things like they didn't need a man and men were no good, which prompted another cycle whereby women started to do crazy and distasteful things, all in the name of sex. These demonic forces controlled men and women who used other men or women for sex by manipulating or controlling them, and ruined people's expectations of what love was. An elderly man told me that in the olden days, it was the same way, that many women wanted to check men's bank accounts and the size of their dick before even giving them a chance at love, which was lust. If you think about it, the women's movement of the 1970s was the starting point of this sad game. But you shouldn't have to deal with that part of life, for Sabaoth has kept you pure all this time, and she seems to be untouched. I do know that when two people are intimate, they have this feeling of attachment and trust, and having this kind of feeling with someone can be dangerous if you're not supposed to be together. Wanyenyekevu asked, "Is this what they call spiritual ties?" Friedrich said, "I don't know what it's called. I lost my virginity early in life, and after the first time, I didn't do any research about it. I just know what I've been through, but it sounds like what it should be called." Frederick paused for a second. I read this a long time ago and agree with it now. They say that when two people make a conscious choice to commit to each other in marriage, that feeling is welcomed, and it is good to have these feelings. During intimacy, chemicals are released, and the body reaffirms the connection the mind has made. The reality of the relationship reinforced the physiological sensations of trust and attachment. In this way, two people became physically one, reflecting what God has done spiritually. God designed sex, along with procreation, to strengthen that partnership. Sex outside of marriage creates bonds that tear apart people's hearts instead of joining them together. I wish I knew what I'm telling you now back then, but honestly, I probably wouldn't have listened. Because having sex outside of marriage results in a person forming an attachment and trusting someone with whom they don't have a committed relationship with, and that can cause that trust to deteriorate. Two individuals who are physiologically obsessed with each other, but not committed to growing in God, as a couple, can be torn from God and His plans for them. Now, imagine having hundreds of sex partners, mental chaos. There was another knock on the door. Get your scary butt on out here, Jones said as he and Aldhib waited for Wanyenyekevu to open the door. Aldhib said, I told you, he looks just as he did the day we met him, trying to touch that damn doom in El Paso. Scary ass. Everyone laughed. Just nervous, that's all, and look at you two, clean as a whistle in all that white, Wanyenyekevu said. Turning toward Friedrich, Wanyenyekevu says, everything you have told me thus far is educational and exciting. However, you still haven't told me what I am supposed to do. You have not answered my question. Friedrich said, I'm sorry, but the best advice I can give you, for now, is to take it slow and easy and don't rush. Aldhib looked at them, are you too talking about what I think you're talking about? I can give some advice on that. I already know you both ain't never had none. Virgins are rare these days, so if you're not careful, you can fracture your penis, and she can bruise her cervix. A bruised cervix ain't no joke. That can last as long as a week. If you do that, you ain't getting no MO until that stomach pain or those cramps are gone. Blood will be everywhere. You got to watch the angle you take it to her. If she has an ovarian cyst, you could rupture a cyst. He moved his body in a circular motion. You got to take it nice and slow when you start. Everyone said in unison. No, thank you, we got it from here. Aldhib smiled and said, all right, you going to be walking around here with a crooked dick, looking like a pretzel. Wanyenyekevu's eyes bulged, for real, and everyone laughed. Aldhib smiled, just joking, you're a virgin, just take it slow. An all-white carriage trimmed in gold with 6 all-white horses stood in front of them as they walked outside. Who did this? Jones said. Grace, mercy, and joy. Wait till you see what Queen is in. Wanyenyekevu just stood there in amazement. It's beautiful, man. And a tear fell from his eyes. Aldhib said, you deserve the best if it wasn't for you. Lord knows what me and my brother would be, and me being married? Hell nah. A tear fell from Aldhib's eyes. Friedrich climbed on top of the carriage and demanded everyone to get in. Bring y'all crying ass on. It does matter if we are late. Get in. There's a schedule we have to follow. As they rode down the path, an eagle cried out. They looked up, and the eagle circled them 3 times and flew off, dropping a feather that landed on Wanyenyekevu's lap. Picking it up, it is said that when an eagle appears, you are on notice to be courageous and stretch your limits. Accept the status quo, reach higher and become more than you believe you can be. You are to look at things from a new, higher perspective. Be patient with the present. Know that the future holds possibilities that you may not yet be able to see. You are about to take flight. Friedrich abruptly stopped the carriage. A tall and very handsome man was on the road with the eagle was in his hand by its neck. I am not permitted to touch you or even try for 25 summers, but know this, I shall destroy you." The man growled as he ripped the eagle apart with his bare hands and ate it. The man suddenly turned into a hideous creature they had never seen before. "But I'm not the obedient type, and I shall destroy you and everything you know and love." Everyone could tell that the man was in great pain, as his skin burned the entire time he stood in their midst. He was more powerful than many they had already encountered, but the presence of Friedrich ate up his flesh as he tried his best to relay his message. Wanyenyekevu thought to himself, "Why didn't I see his present before time?" Friedrich then said, "Adam Lovas, himself, I imagine. It was only a message, and we are definitely doing something right. Could you tell he was of higher rank, if not Satan himself? I have never heard of the great deceiver delivering his own message. Anyways, we mustn't be late. Even he stated we had 25 years before dealing with him. Demons are just stupid as humans. Other than him trying to disturb our peace, right now, he's just mad, but we must not allow him to disturb our joy. We have a wedding to attend." Grasping the range, Friedrich shouts, "Ah!" to the horses, and they were on their way. Wanyenyekevu was in awe as he looked at the crowd. There were thousands of people. The entire city was transformed into what looked like heaven. Jom said, "Joy thought of the idea when we went to heaven that one time," Friedrich said. "You must tell me about that when we have time, for this also takes my breath away." As they made their way around the crowd to the back, a red carpet led to the entrance, and Aili, a faithful warrior, took the carriage from them. "Queen is not far behind, and Tutu is waiting for you. Just follow the red carpet," Aili said as she rode off in the carriage. They all quickly walked on the path of the red carpet to meet Tutu. Tutu led them to an enormous room, and they just sat there for 30 minutes before they heard a hard knock on the door. Wanyenyekevu's heart started racing. He hears a whisper, "Friedrich, we are ready." As Friedrich opens the door, he looks at Wanyenyekevu. "Today, you're going to be blessed with someone everyone dreams of, a woman sent by Sabaoth to come into their life. Maybe, one day, I'll be just as happy as you." 20 minutes later, there was a loud sound of trumpets playing and then another knock. It was Mercy. "Wanyenyekevu, we're ready." A voice over the intercom said, "Please join us in the arena for a very special day, and a great event is upon us." Daniel was speaking, and they could hear his voice throughout the city. "Our friends and family are getting married today in a unique ceremony we took from the groom himself that combines African, Native American, and European cultures. We invite all to come to see these two finally get married." Laughter erupted throughout the city. Slow love songs and jazz played across the speakers while everyone took their seats. Quietness covered the area after 15 minutes. Friedrich stopped at the entrance of the doors as Wanyenyekevu, Jom, and Aldhib walked centered stage and stood in front of the crowd. Wanyenyekevu, with his palms sweating and his heart still racing, Aldhib leaned towards Wanyenyekevu and whispered, "I know how you feel. It's a wonderful feeling. Ain't it?" He looked out towards Joy and smiled, "I don't regret it and never will." Huge and beautiful African and Native American tribal statues and ornaments surrounded the stage, representing peace and love. White and gold silk-like cloth was draped over the seats and along the pathway leading to the stage. Dark Eagle and Queen walked down the aisle as Native American drums sounded in the arena. Dancers danced ceremonial dances, all dressed in white with the most beautiful array of colors. Dark Eagle's wife, Isabella, walked down the aisle, followed by their 3 sons, Alemwa, Kisama, and Nipahem, now known as Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Wanyenyekevu looked down at Queen as she walked towards him and just smiled. Halfway up the steps, Wanyenyekevu walked towards Queen and grabbed her by the hand to help her up. They walked toward the left side of the stage next to a water bowl as they washed their hands. Friedrich walked forward with a wireless microphone, saying, "Water is a symbol of purification and cleansing. Ceremonial washing of hands symbolizes the washing away of past evils and memories of past loves." Aldhib whispered to Jom, "Well, they could have skipped that part." Joam smiled and shook his head. Musicians began playing a combination of drums, rattles, flutes, and whistles. It was a powerful musical presentation by a group of men sitting around a large double-headed drum, singing in unison and drumming with sticks. Wanyenyekevu and Queen then walked down toward Friedrich, now center-staged. Friedrich smiled, "Dearly beloved, we are gathered together here in the sight of Sabaoth and in the face of this company to join this man and this woman in holy matrimony, which is commended for being honorable among all men and therefore, is not by any means to be entered unadvisedly or lightly but reverently, discreetly, advisedly, and solemnly. These two come to be joined into this holy estate. If any person can show just cause why they may not be joined together, let them speak now or forever hold their peace." Friedrich paused and looked around as he continued, "Marriage is the union of husband and wife in heart, body, and mind. It is intended for their mutual joy and the help and comfort given to one another in prosperity and adversity. But more importantly, it is a means through which a stable and loving environment may be attained. Through marriage, Wanyenyekevu and Queen, Anaya commits together to face their disappointments, embrace their dreams, realize their hopes, and accept each other's failures. Wanyenyekevu and Anaya will promise one another to aspire to these ideals throughout their lives together through mutual understanding, openness, and sensitivity to each other. We are here today before Sabaoth because marriage is one of his most sacred wishes to witness the joining in marriage of Wanyenyekevu and Anaya. This occasion marks the celebration of love and commitment with which this man and this woman begin their life together. And now, through me, Sabaoth joins you together in one of the holiest bonds. I understand you both would like to say your vows to each other." They smiled and nodded their heads. Wanyenyekevu cleared his throat. In the Torah, Adam named the animals. It was then and only then that he realized he was alone. I, too, had to make an adventure clear across this country before I realized I wanted someone to complete me, and I found that in you. Shy and nervous at first, for I didn't know what to say, but your presence made my heart beat faster than anything or anyone else could. Then I knew it was you that I wanted to be by my side for the rest of my life. I love your strength and honesty. I love your zeal and commitment to Sabaoth. Until now, I was half of a man, but this day forward, I shall be made whole. Thank you." Queen had tears in her eyes as she said, "I have never met a man that made me feel the way you do. I never even thought this feeling was possible for me. Strong, yet gentle. Stern, but yet humble. Open-minded and wise are the qualities I see in you. I have always been seen as a strong and sometimes fearless person, but you turned me into a small kitten yearning for love, and I found that in you as well. I love you and always will." Queen paused, then continued, "I thank Sabaoth for you. You have earned the right to call me Anaya." The crowd laughed. "Who gives this woman in marriage to this man?" Friedrich said. Dark Eagle said, "I do." Friedrich then said, "This is a beginning and a continuation of their growth as individuals. The affirmation of one's life, happiness, development, and freedom comes with mutual care, respect, responsibility, and knowledge. With respect for individual boundaries comes the freedom to love unconditionally. Within the emotional safety of a loving relationship, the knowledge self-offered to one another becomes the fertile soil for continued growth. With care and responsibility towards self and one another comes the potential for full and happy lives. We assure them that our hearts are in tune with theirs by gathering all the wishes of happiness and our fondest hopes for Wanyenyekevu and Anaya and all present. These moments are so meaningful to all of us, for what greater thing is there for two human souls than to feel that they are joined together to strengthen each other in all labor, to minister to each other in all sorrow, and to share in all gladness. This relationship stands for love, loyalty, honesty, trust, and most of all, friendship. Before they knew love, they were friends, and this seed of friendship was their destiny. Do not think you can direct the course of love for love, it shall direct you if it finds you worthy. Marriage is an act of faith and a personal commitment, and a moral and physical union between two people. We have described marriage as the best and most important relationship that can exist between them. It is the construction of their love and trust in a single growing energy of spiritual life. It is a moral commitment that requires and deserves daily attention. Marriage should be a lifelong consecration of the ideal of loving kindness backed with the will to make it last. Friedrich then spoke in his native African tongue and interpreted it, saying, "Now you will feel no rain, for each of you will be a shelter for the other. Now you will feel no cold, for each of you will be warm to the other. Now there will be no loneliness, for each of you will be a companion to the other. Now you are two people, but there is only one life before you. May beauty surrounds you both in the journey ahead and through all the years. May happiness be your companion and your days together be good and long upon the earth. This means that you should treat yourselves and each other respectfully and often remind yourselves of what brought you together. Give the highest priority to the tenderness, gentleness, and kindness that your connection deserves. When frustration, difficulty, and fear assail your relationship, as they threaten all relationships at one time or another, remember to focus on what is right between you, not only the part which seems wrong. In this way, you can ride out the storms when clouds hide the face of the sun in your lives, remembering that even if you lose sight of it for a moment, the sun is still there. And if each of you takes responsibility for the quality of your life together, abundance and delight will mark it. Do you, Wanyenyekevu, take Anaya to be your wife to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Will you love her, comfort her, honor and keep her, in sickness and in health, for richer, for poorer, for better, for worse, in sadness and in joy, to cherish and continually give upon her your heart's deepest devotion, forsaking all others, keep yourself only unto her as long as you both shall live? Wanyenyekevu said, I do, and I will. Friedrich continued, do you, Anaya, take Wanyenyekevu to be your husband to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Will you love him, comfort him, honor and keep him, in sickness and in health, for richer, for poorer, for better, for worse, in sadness and in joy, to cherish and continually give upon him your heart's deepest devotion, forsaking all others, keep yourself only unto him as long as you both shall live? Anaya said, I do, and I will. Friedrich smiled, what token of your love do you offer? Jom stepped up and gave Wanyenyekevu the rings. Would you place the rings in my hand? Friedrich said as he continued, may these rings be blessed as the symbol of this affectionate unity. These two lives are now joined in one unbroken circle. Wherever they go, may they always return to one another. May these two find the love for which all men and women yearn for in each other. May they grow in understanding and compassion. May the home they establish together be such a place that many, placing the rings on each other's fingers. Friedrich put a broom on the side of them, toward the crowd, and said, as Sabaoth has chosen you both to do his will, from this day forward, jump this broom as husband and wife. Wanyenyekevu and Anaya held hands and jumped the broom. Friedrich said, you are now husband and wife, you may kiss the bride. As they kissed, the entire arena stood up and cheered. The entire city celebrated the wedding the whole night, and powwows were throughout the city. Wanyenyekevu and Anaya were so happy as they sat at the table with all their family and friends. They talked and reminisced. Jom stayed for an hour before asking to be excused because his battalion was on duty. I will allow a few men at a time to come to wish you well, but next week there is Wada Sasa Kapumzika, so security has to be heightened, Wanyenyekevu said, but of course. No problem. Queen was so happy that she had tears of joy in her eyes as she started feeding Wanyenyekevu. Here, try this. Wanyenyekevu was speaking to so many people that she couldn't get her words out before she realized he was a famous man, and she too engaged with the people. The music was loud, the people started dancing and cheering, and the celebration lasted all night. Before midnight, Queen grabbed Wanyenyekevu and said, a toast, and we shall part ways for tonight. Everyone shouted, a toast. Queen poured Wanyenyekevu and herself a glass of Aunt Isabel's homemade wine. Be careful with this, don't let the good taste fool you. Wanyenyekevu stood up. I want to thank you all for coming and showing up on this special occasion. 10 years ago, I left my home in Louisiana to obey Sabaoth, and now I'm surrounded by more friends and family than I could ever imagine. We have had good times and bad times together. We have had war and peace. Looking over at Jome and his brother. To my first two friends who have stuck by me since I walked up to that wall in El Paso, Texas. One was serious, and the other one was a headache. Everyone laughed. But he too became my dearest friend, but still a headache, but he puts a smile on my face every time he speaks. Aldhib raised his glass to Wanyenyekevu and smiled. To my family of brothers and sisters in New Mexico who was once called by nomenclatures and not names, your father asked me to take you in, and I was scared, but it turns out I wasn't your babysitter like Aldhib said I would be, but another one of your brothers. Aldhib interrupted. I didn't know I would fall in love with one of them either. The crowd said. Ah. Wanyenyekevu said. Yup, I wish you could have seen him, we all knew he was in love. Because he was a changed man ever since then, for the better, may I add. The laughter covered the room again. My family at Madden at Altonware where we met those in the desert who were forced into labor, and we made a training camp, and Sabaoth taught us all how to love and respect our differences. I love all of you and put you all before myself, and Sabaoth has awarded me the greatest gift of all here in Tucson, my wife, Anaya. Jokingly he said. Y'all better call her Queen, 'cause the first time I met her, she told me nobody calls me Anaya but my family, call me Queen. The crowd laughed again, and Queen just blushed. Looking at Queen, he said. Anaya, we are family now, but you will always be my queen. Wanyenyekevu raised his glass, may we all find love and be happy in Sabaoth. They all raised their glasses and cheered. Wanyenyekevu took a sip and said, this is delicious. As he asked for another one, Queen said. All right, be careful now. After 30 minutes, Wanyenyekevu and Queen bid their farewells to the crowd, and Queen noticed Wanyenyekevu was slurring his words. I warned you about that wine. Wanyenyekevu smiled, I'm okay, baby. As he kissed her on the cheeks, moments later, a golden carriage trimmed in white drawn by white horses pulled and waited for them as they waved to the people saying their goodnights and goodbyes. I should have listened to you, my head is spinning, but it was so delicious, said Wanyenyekevu as he stuck his head out the window for some air. The wedding was beautiful and so are you. You brightened my day when I saw you coming down that aisle, beautiful, like an angel. And when you got on that stage, that smell, oh that smell, was so wonderful, what was that? Queen blushed, you're kind of drunk, I like that. Wanyenyekevu took a second. Am I drunk? I am drunk. I've never been drunk before, but it was for a special occasion, and he rubbed Queen's hand. For you're my wife, and kissed her on the cheeks. Chapter 12, No Longer Twain. The carriage pulled up to their new house, and Queen started crying, this house is beautiful. Wanyenyekevu smiled, wait till I show you around. I hope you love it. Queen said, baby, I love it already. The driver stopped and helped them out of the carriage onto the stairway to the front door, saying, congratulations again, and good night. Queen rushed to open the door and turned on the lights, and there were gifts everywhere and nowhere to sit down. Let's go upstairs. Wanyenyekevu said. Not before I go get you some water. Queen insisted. Wanyenyekevu made it upstairs and flopped on the bed. Moments later, Queen shouted, where are you? Wanyenyekevu shouted, follow my voice. Just come straight to the end of the hallway. Queen smiled while looking around, this house is truly built for a queen. Wanyenyekevu said, my queen, queen. Queen handed him the water and looked around for a bit. Wanyenyekevu drank the water, got up, and started showing her around the room. Queen walked up to a door. What is this room for? Wanyenyekevu looked at her, saying, it's the bathroom, silly. You want a lot of kids, and I don't want to have to wait for them to use it. I grew up with a lot of relatives, and when you got to go, you got to go. I got the design from some of the old homes they used to build way back when, and Grace and her sisters did the rest for you. Queen was amazed. It's almost as big as the bedroom, and this tub is huge, and the shower is clear across the other side of the room. I love it. Turning on the water, Queen said, oh, it's so hot. Wanyenyekevu smiled. Elijah set up solar panels, so we have hot and cold water at all times. Plus, you've made me a happy man, and I will do all I can to return the favor. Queen smiled back at him, as she turns on the water in the shower. You say some of the sweetest things, and I love you for that, but you have done the same for me, so the feelings are mutual. Now, get in this shower, man. Wanyenyekevu unbuttons the 3 buttons from Queen's dress and entire outfit falls to the ground. Wanyenyekevu takes off his top and bottom in the steamy room. Queen gives him a nervous look. You're going to have to guide me through this. This is my first time. Wanyenyekevu said, mine's too. They both let out a sigh of relief. Queen confessed, I was hoping you were, but if you weren't, I would have been okay, but now it's great. Wanyenyekevu smiled, I feel the same way, so let's do this together. Queen smiled, okay. Queen gets in the shower, and then Wanyenyekevu, oh, shouts Wanyenyekevu. Are we taking a shower, or are we cooking dinner? It's too hot. Queen laughed, this is perfect for me. Wanyenyekevu stood to the side. Oh, not for me. Baby, you gotta turn that down a bit. Queen turned down the heat, how about now? Wanyenyekevu said, lower. Queen asked, and now? Wanyenyekevu said, lower. Again, Queen asked, and now? Wanyenyekevu smiled, perfect. Queen insisted, man, this is too warm. Wanyenyekevu said as he grabbed the soap and towel, you can cook yourself later, after I get out. He started lathering up the towel, and they started bathing each other. Wanyenyekevu was gentle, rubbed her entire body with soap, and told her to rinse herself off with the water. You're finished? Wanyenyekevu smiled, yes? Queen shook her head and started washing Wanyenyekevu hard and vigorously, you must be thorough when bathing. She raised his arms, washed under his armpits, and grabbed his penis. This is supposed to go inside me. You have to learn to do it correctly. She washed the staff and the head and rubbed his testicles ever so gently, and then he took some more soap and washed his butt crack, rubbing and scrubbing him thoroughly. Now, you rise off. After he had finished, she looked at him, stand to the side for me. She turned the heat back up and took a thorough bath. That's how you take a bath. Wanyenyekevu smiled. All these years, I have been doing it wrong. Wash on, rinse off, and get out. I felt like I was a turkey getting ready to be cooked. Queen said. I don't mind getting dirty, but I got to go to bed clean as a whistle. That's how I sleep like a baby. Wanyenyekevu laughed. I feel like I just lost a layer of skin, like someone just peeled a potato. Queen laughed and walked up to Wanyenyekevu. You are clean, the way I like it. They started kissing with the water flowing over their bodies, and the steam covered the entire room. While they were kissing, Wanyenyekevu's penis was hard as a rock and throbbing and pushed it to the left and right of Queen until Queen grabbed it and put it between her legs and, every once in a while, would lead on it and rub it against her clitoris to make herself wet. Wanyenyekevu got anxious and tried to put it in, but Queen would jump back. That hurts a little. They continued rubbing and holding each other tight, but Queen kept pulling back. This water is washing away my lubricants, let's get out of here and go to bed. Wanyenyekevu said, okay. They dried off, and Queen grabbed Wanyenyekevu's penis while it stood at attention, follow me, and I'm going to bring this with me. Queen felt Wanyenyekevu throbbing and jumping, saying, hold on, little man. Wanyenyekevu felt unsure of himself as he heard Aldhib's voice, a bruised cervix ain't no joke. That can last as long as a week. If you do that, you ain't getting no MO until that stomach pain or those cramps are gone. Blood will be everywhere. You got to watch the angle you take it to her. If she has an ovarian cyst, you could rupture a cyst. Wanyenyekevu says, "Let me turn on the lights," Queen said. Later, I got to make sure it goes inside me correctly. She paused. My aunt told me what to do, but I don't know what I'm doing, Wanyenyekevu said. I like it, don't stop what you're doing but be you, and as long as I'm with you, I'm happy, but we got to learn from each other. We can learn from others, but we are our final teachers and students of each other. Queen laughed. Now, that bathing part was all me, and you're still drunk. Wanyenyekevu snapped his fingers, damn, and they both laughed. Wanyenyekevu and Queen knocked everything off the bed and pulled the sheets back. Lying there naked, Wanyenyekevu said, "Well, I learned some things too." He started rubbing on Queen's pubic hairs and started playing with them. "Are you wet?" Queen said. "No." He started playing with her ears and rubbing the back of her thighs, and every time he would ask, "Are you wet?" she would say, "No." Wanyenyekevu placed a pillow beneath Queen's pelvic area. "Okay, bend your knees, raise your pelvis in the air, and open your legs wide." Queen said, "What are you going to do, surgery?" They laughed. Wanyenyekevu said, "Okay." He got up and leaned against the wall and told Queen to face him, grasping her butt cheeks. "A massage?" Queen asked. Wanyenyekevu said, "No, but I will remember that. Wrap your legs around me for support." Queen got excited, and Wanyenyekevu asked, "Where is your clitoris?" Queen said, "Clita what?" Wanyenyekevu said, "Maybe we're going off what people say, and instead of what we feel, I don't know." Queen said, "Maybe we're being too scientific about this thing. We are warriors. Just get on top of me." Sitting at the foot of the bed, Queen tried to put Wanyenyekevu's penis inside her, but the pain wouldn't allow her, and before they knew it, they were at the head of the bed, sweating and exhausted. Wanyenyekevu asked, "Where are you going now?" Queen, out of breath, said, "Taking a break." Wanyenyekevu said aloud, "Good idea," and got up and played a song and looked at Queen and sang along with it. "This is my favorite song when I think about you." Playing a piece by an ancient R&B artist, Johnny Gill, entitled "Take Me, I'm Yours." As he was singing, he grabbed Queen's hand and sang along while dancing in the nude. Slurring his words, Queen looked at Wanyenyekevu as she felt his words from the song. Wanyenyekevu rubbed his eyes and stumbled to the bed, "I'm drunk." He whispered to Queen and fell back and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Queen climbed on top of Wanyenyekevu, "I am too," and fell asleep. The next morning, Queen woke Wanyenyekevu with his penis in her hand, rubbing it against her clitoris. "Are we being warriors again?" he said. "No, but I found my clitoris, and this feels great." Her nipples became sensitive, blood pressure and pulse rose as her vagina became lubricated. "Rub my breast," she demanded. "Gently," she whispered. Wanyenyekevu did as commanded because he, too, felt good and got excited because he thought they were getting somewhere. Hormones surged through their body, and Queen got so excited that she pushed Wanyenyekevu inside her. They both jump as Wanyenyekevu's penis tears Queen's hymen, and their blood intermingled as endorphins, dopamine, and oxytocin rushed throughout their entire body. No longer twain, but as one. They heard a small whisper in their ears. They pulsated as sweat covered their bodies as they continued hugging and kissing. Queen's breast swelled, and commands from Queen became more and more demanding. Wanyenyekevu flipped Queen over, and she opened her legs wider. The pain was there, but the feelings they had were greater. Their worlds became intertwined, and a bond was fixed. Wanyenyekevu continued to please Queen as he gyrated and pulsated, and they had a feeling they couldn't explain, but they felt it rising within their bodies. A feeling much like a gentle shock of electricity filled up in them, and then simultaneously, they felt a great release. The sounds from both of them became loud, and Queen yelled. Wanyenyekevu felt a strong sense of electricity running throughout his body uncontrollably as if he had lost his motor skills, and a great voice was heard again, "What God has put together, let no man put asunder." Wanyenyekevu rests on top of Queen for a second and rolls off her. Out of breath as blood, sweat, and tears covered the bed, they refused to get up because it was proof of their love, and they dropped back to sleep. Hours had passed, and Queen saw Wanyenyekevu staring up at the ceiling. "A penny for your thoughts," she asked. Wanyenyekevu said, "Oh, nothing, just thinking, how a lot of things that I heard people say before about sex, I never really understood until today. All I knew was it wasn't right to have sex before marriage, but many do. The feeling is truly wonderful, like a natural high, and people have abused the one most beautiful thing of Sabaoth. I see now how having sex before marriage can truly leave you open to sexual demons. I understand soul ties. When two spirits are joined together in the spiritual realm. Having that with someone who couldn't care less about you can damage a person. So, soul ties are healthy and unhealthy. I see how an ungodly relationship ends, negative emotions develop, and hatred is formed. All these thoughts are rushing through my head as I think about my conversion and the people and places I have been. That's all. You cannot truly understand certain things unless you experience them." Queen had seduction in her eyes, saying, "Baby, let's talk about this later. I do agree, and I understand, but I'm still in a lot of pain, but let's do it again." Wanyenyekevu smiled and raised his eyebrows. "Okay, gonna do it again, do it. Do it, do it. Let's do it again, do it. Do it again." Queen laughed, "You're so silly." Wanyenyekevu continued singing, "Let's Do It Again," by the Staple Singers as he touched her nose. "Now I like you, lady. So fine, with your pretty hair. If you don't mind my compliments." 2 days later, strangers showed up at Madden at Altenwer. They hadn't been there in years and were unaware of the many things that had changed since they left, asking for Wanyenyekevu, and they did not and would not utter a word to anyone unless it was him or the other 8. They wouldn't even speak to Friedrich, whose battalion was their training. A knock was at the door. Wanyenyekevu didn't want to be bothered because he was sore and didn't want to be embraced. Cracking the door open as he poked his head, "Whosoever it is, please tell them I am busy, for I just got married." Naassi, the messenger, stood outside the door saying, "We have told them all of this, but they just sit there and will not say a word unless it's you or the other 8, so Friedrich sent me here to tell you." Wanyenyekevu said in a curious voice, "The other 8? Naassi said, "That's how they said it, the other 8. Wanyenyekevu thought for a minute and said out loud, "It hasn't been 8 of us since." He then shouted, "I'll be right out," and slammed the door. He rushed upstairs and got dressed, telling Queen, "There were visitors at Madden at Altenwer that I have to see, and I'll be back as soon as possible." Upon arrival at Madden at Altenwer, Friedrich met Wanyenyekevu. "I didn't detain them for their spirits agreed with me, and it felt as if it was important. They have been fed, showered, and are now comfortable as guests." Wanyenyekevu saw the men and quickly embraced them. It was Kenji and Jamie, and their spirits had not changed, for these were the 2 men who had led Wanyenyekevu to the abyss and were sent to spy on the activities in El Paso. Wanyenyekevu called an emergency meeting. Those that knew the 2 embraced them. Jamie stood up. "First thing I would like to say is so much has changed, and I love how it looks. We were able to keep in contact with each other as you ordered for the first year but lost touch after a while, but as soon as we reunited, we made our way back. The Compayudan's entire way of life has changed recently. With these changes, the Anakatas are now welcomed with open arms, and Wakatilians are enslaved once again. These changes have caused a lot of confusion and hatred for the Wakatilians. There are rumors that something happened in the Arizona desert, but when we heard them talking about the death of an Abenian in Oedipus, we knew it was time to return. They began training a select few for combat, and many combatants, because of their life of luxuries, poor diets, and ignorance, many of them came back without arms, legs, and other extremities, and some even died. The Anakitas are volunteering in hordes, allowing them to live inside the bubble city for their services. This is something I have never heard of. The combatants became insecure and jealous, fearing they would be banished from the city because they didn't know how to fight. They offered their children to train. They are consolidating these bubbles into major metropolitan areas like New York, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey and, simultaneously, closing the smaller ones according to a few maps I made a few copies of on our way out. We joined the training and were sent to many planets for different training exercises. After a year, we got separated because of the different training we were qualified for. Just like in the days of old with genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and autonomous vehicles, they have reopened the doors to biological weapons that target ethnic groups based on genetics, like those in the abyss, but they run into problems. And I knew it was Sabaoth causing the issues with their plans. Kenji continued as Jamie took a seat. They trained me as a transportation specialist, Jamie, in communication, but they are definitely creating an army to destroy us. And they have made the people warriors instead of lazy bumps, sitting around getting fat. The death of many created a slight sense of rebellion among them, but they are slowly becoming formidable fighters, and they will soon be ready for war. They have sky crafts the size of tanks under construction to destroy the buildings and walls. El Paso will come from the east, and Phoenix will come from the west and enclose us like a box. They are not quite ready. Friedrich stood up. Satan, himself, has informed us it will be in 25 years. It will take time to transform out of shape, lazy individuals into fearless warriors. Mind games must be in place and even kill some of them to make them fearless unto death. Prophecy is being fulfilled, and God is not playing. A couple of years ago, Sabaoth said, he would stir in the Gulf and the Atlantic as in a great pot. And his fist would go through the bottom of the earth and send a slow flood. Many cities would be underwater, and some would disappear forever because humanity refuses to change its ways and is getting farther away from the God of their fathers and mothers and the authentic ways of Sabaoth. The blanket of deception covering the land has been thrown, and reaching many will be impossible. We see it everywhere. Many who were in the presence of truth and exposed to prophecies have hardened their hearts or sank into deceptive religions and corrupted faiths to escape the truths that once saved them. Denying the God that once saved them, they are bringing on themselves swift destruction. Those not submitting themselves to the righteousness of God have gone out to establish their own religions, refusing to submit to the righteousness of the truth or the faith that once delivered them. We see all these things now coming to pass. Salvation for many is fading. Their technology is not in sync with Sabaoth's plans. But Sabaoth will cover Wanyenyekevu's home in Louisiana and our Arizona territories only for a season. Friedrich looked up and saw the look on everyone's faces. I wasn't intending on saying all of that. I opened my mouth, and the words of Sabaoth took over. Usisahau. They responded. Never forget, as he continued, I was just going to say, we had a visitor on Wanyenyekevu's wedding day, and it all makes sense. They want a fight, they'll get one. Jamie stood up again, looking at Obe. They describe a man like you as having great power they feared. Wanyenyekevu said, good, you don't remember? He looks intimidating, but he's gentle as a teddy bear. It is not him they should fear, but as long as they think it's him, we are good cause he is indestructible. You too must get enlightened, and then we will prepare a spot for you to relax and get much needed rest. Good job. 3 hours had passed, and Jamie and Kenji finished their debriefing. As Wanyenyekevu was about to jump on his sky craft, Aldhib noticed Wanyenyekevu was having problems getting on. What's up, bow-legged Lou needs some help. Wanyenyekevu looked at Jonathan. Only you can make a man laugh when things are serious. Don't change, that's an order. The newlyweds' home was still filled with unwrapped presents 2 months after the wedding, and Wanyenyekevu's garden was a mess. One morning, Wanyenyekevu rose early to clean out his garden, pulling weeds, pruning, topping, and placing poles in certain places to hold up certain plants. "Wanya, come and eat," shouted Queen. Frustrated at how badly he let the garden get, he threw down his tools and headed toward the house. "Morning, baby." Queen saw the frustration. "Morning, between all these presents and running out of room to put them anywhere, I know how you feel." Wanyenyekevu smiled. "Yeah, but I gotta get it straight before the tomatoes, cantaloupes, and cucumbers start to grow everywhere and start to look like a forest instead of a garden. I should have it straightened out by the end of the week. Why don't you take a break and visit your auntie? I'll be all day till at least 4 or 5. I'll help you with the stuff inside tonight when I finish, so we'll both have peace of mind." Queen smiled. "Now, that sounds like a good idea." Queen took her time and headed down the road on her horse, Sparkle, visiting friends she knew along the way. Her mouth watered when she smelled the aroma just before arriving at Dark Eagle and Aunt Isabel's house. "Auntie Belle, you in there?" Walking toward the door, "Where else? I'm going to be, too old to be out there running around on horses like you, child. Come on in, while I cook supper." Whipping up some cornbread, Auntie Belle pours a little of the batter into a bowl. Dark Eagle loves him some hot water cornbread. This is for him. She poured the rest into a cast-iron skillet, placed it in the oven, and took a seat. "Got a taste for some mustard green and cornbread? Are you staying for supper? It'll be ready as soon as that cornbread gets finished." Queen smiled. "Do you really need to ask, Auntie Belle?" Aunt Isabel looked at Queen happily. "You got that glow, Anaya." Queen was confused. "What's a glow?" Aunt Isabel smiled. "It might be nothing, but have you been spotting?" Queen was blushing. "Yup, me and Wanya been going at it non-stop." Aunt Isabel was embarrassed and laughed. "No, child, have you been having waves of nausea? Seen changes in your breast? Frequent urination? Craving for food? Stuff like that?" Queen said. "Yes, but I thought you get that after having sex a lot." Aunt Isabel laughed again. "No, girl, you're pregnant. Go see Mama a pony tomorrow and get yourself checked out, but I'm pretty sure you are." Queen was so happy that she rushed home to tell Wanyenyekevu. Wanyenyekevu was not there upon arriving home, so she went to the garden but heard him in the field, Storm, shouting at one of the new Maras, "Stop eating all the food from your sister." Queen ran toward Wanyenyekevu. "Wanya! Wanya!" Wanyenyekevu had a smile on his face. "Queen, we need to separate this one from the rest, he's so greedy. Look at him." Queen just stood there with a smile on her face and didn't say a word. "What got you so happy?" Wanyenyekevu asked. Queen started talking so fast that Wanyenyekevu couldn't keep up. "I went to my friend's house, and we talked for a while, and then..." Wanyenyekevu got excited just seeing Queen's excitement as she went into detail about every move she had made since she left. And Joy was busy cleaning. Wanyenyekevu tried hard to keep up, but with no luck. "And then I went over Auntie's house, and she..." Wanyenyekevu gave up, trying to follow along as he grabbed Queen's hand and started walking toward the house. "Dark Eagle loves hot water cornbread," Queen said as she opened the door. "You know we've been going at it non-stop." Wanyenyekevu stopped as he was embarrassed, but Queen didn't notice as she kept talking. "Spotting and always hungry." Wanyenyekevu was scratching his head as he tried to keep up with Queen, but he was more confused now than when she first started. "Baby," and Queen blurred out, "I think we're pregnant." Wanyenyekevu stopped in his tracks. "A baby?" Wanyenyekevu quickly told Queen to sit down and he started talking uncontrollably. "You need something to eat? Are you hungry? Here, rest. What do I need to do? A baby?" He stopped and shouted excitedly, "We're having a baby." Wanyenyekevu started pacing the floor. I'll go and get some fruits and vegetables and some water. Wanyenyekevu ran out of the house and returned 30 minutes later with fruits and vegetables, and then ran back out to his shed and gathered up some red raspberry leaf, ginger, garlic, rosemary, slippery elm, sage, pennyroyal, and stocked the kitchen cabinets with fresh and dried herbs. Queen said. What are you going to do with all that? Wanyenyekevu said. It's good for when you are pregnant. Queen laughed. Go get one of those chickens and smother it up with some green beans, some corn, and some seasoned rice is what you need to stock up on. Wanyenyekevu smiled. You can have that too, but wait and see what I have in store for you. He started cooking. I'm not used to this high-tech stuff Elijah and Aldhib have made, but it comes in handy. We have iceboxes, not ref. Queen saw Wanyenyekevu stuttering and said, refrigerator? What is an icebox? Smiling, he said, we have these guys who make ice in large blocks, and we put them in the bottom of a box and put the food on top, and it keeps everything cool for a long time, and every week we go get some more. Wanyenyekevu raised both his arm as if he had said something. Hence, icebox. Queen laughed and tapped on the refrigerator. Hence, refrigerator, you're so country. Wanyenyekevu refused to let Queen do any work as he cooked and cleaned and then did the necessary job he needed to do around the house until the child was born. Around the 6th month, Queen was complaining about being cold one moment and then suddenly turning hot. Wanyenyekevu rushed her to see Mama Aponi, who requested to see the child through ultrasound. Any morning sickness or other? Queen interrupted, no, Mama, I haven't any problems with anything except just eating up the house, and recently this getting hot and then quickly getting cold and vice versa. Taking some gel and rubbing them on a pad, Mother Aponi started rubbing Queen's stomach, looking at the child before she quickly jumped up in surprise. She was shaking her head. In disbelief, twins. Truly, the gifts of Sabaoth are without repentance because your children are already enlightened. One has the gift to create fire and the other ice. They are playing with each other with their gifts. Try rubbing your stomach to stop them from playing so much, because other than that, they and you are healthy. Excited, relieved, and now anxious, Wanyenyekevu took Queen back home and continued to cater to Queen as they awaited the arrival of the twins. Wanyenyekevu stood in the kitchen one day and stared out the window at the stars as he put up the last dish after cleaning the kitchen. Sabaoth, he said in a humble voice. Make me an image you will be proud of and allow your people to do right in your eyes. Many have been fooled into believing wrong is right and right is wrong for so long. Many have come but bring even more to us. The wickedness of our enemies has distorted those who seek the truth, and their hearts are confused about what is truth. Men are against men, women against women, and even themselves. As Wanyenyekevu spoke, Wanya, oh Wanya, shouted Queen. Wanya. Wanyenyekevu ran upstairs as fast as he could. What? What's wrong? Queen looked down at the bed. My water broke. Wanyenyekevu ran downstairs and forgot why he ran down there. What do I do? He yelled. Call for Mama Aponi and get my auntie here too, shouted Queen. Wanyenyekevu ran back upstairs. Grabbing his earpiece, the babies are coming. Call Isabel. Call Mama Aponi. Call everyone that's supposed to be here, a voice came over the earpiece, Wanyenyekevu. This is Patrick at the armory. Everyone knows now, 'cause you broadcasted it to everyone. You didn't call any particular person. You called everyone. They will be there as soon as possible. I imagine there will be a few more as well. The first midwife came and started boiling water. Everyone was at his home before he knew it. Wanyenyekevu paced downstairs while Jom and all his commanders came to comfort him. A few hours later, what seemed to be a lifetime, Mama Aponi and the other midwives came down and said, You may go see your girls. Running up the stairs, he smiled as he opened the doors and kissed Queen's forehead, My queen and princesses. Holding both the babies in his hands, he couldn't stop smiling. I want to name her, pointing at the skinny, light-skinned one, Jayla. Wanyenyekevu then said. I want this one, pointing with his head by nodding, after the person who has made a difference in my life, and I love her so much. Queen called Wanyenyekevu's mother's name, Aba? He said, no, you and her name will be Anaya. Queen said, one Anaya is good enough. Wanyenyekevu smiled, no, there's not enough of them. Queen smiled, since you put it that way, Anaya, it is. Chapter 13, Jayla and Anaya. Wanyenyekevu and Queen's twins Jayla and Anaya grew up as warriors and were trained in their gifts early. Jayla loved animals, and Anaya had a great passion for music and the arts. She was also a talented dancer. By the age of 10, both twins had mastered their gifts. Wanyenyekevu and Queen's family grew as well. Their first set of twins was Jayla and Anaya, then they had Pylais and Kamuzu, and the second set of twins was Masuda and Shabaka. Then there were Tanesu, Medjay, and Abuxigan. Wanyenyekevu educated his children at home, and the eldest taught the youngest, and they were also sent to school. They learned about different cultures and languages. If he saw them interested in anything, we encouraged them in those subjects as well, but most important to him, he taught them his people's history as well. One day, when Wanyenyekevu was teaching the twins, he stood in front of the room. European countries were much smaller than the United States and Canada. The population of Europe did not include Russia, but it was almost twice the population of the United States, so it was more densely populated. Europe sent mostly criminals to this new world and introduced this side of the world to their greed and sickness. They took our people, made them forget who they were, and made them into a savage nation through mental and physiological means. After 400 years, they created mental and psychological zombies. They had the privilege of raping, murdering, and dehumanizing them into an unrecognizable species. Then refused to give them reparations for the disaster they created. Ironically, the African Moors taught them how to be civilized, and in return, they went to their country and stole their people, and those people became as they once were. Because of laziness and greed for power, our people became sad examples of men. They created laws to keep our people down. They would steal, kill, and rape us, men and women alike, and then say, I'm sorry, we won't do it again, and if we did the same to just one of them, they would kill us or lock us up for 20 to 30 years. The fear created in our people would seem like we would treat each other with more respect, living in that kind of hell together, but they would treat each other with such disrespect but treat their oppressors with loyalty. That was centuries ago, and now there's another oppressor, but I need you to remember one thing. If you remember nothing else, I say. Don't treat hatred with hate. You're not called to hate, but love one another. 9-year-old Jayla raised her hand. Pops, why is this stuff so important? We're talking about thousands of years ago. Wanyenyekevu smiled and walked toward Jayla, shaking his head. Jayla, Jayla, Jayla. Anaya started laughing at Jayla, thinking she was in trouble. Wanyenyekevu took a seat in front of them. Why do we read the Torah? Some of our histories were thousands of years before that. Baby, history is in the Torah. Why do we learn anything? We learn for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. So, learn from your mistakes or repeat them. You see, they lied to our people and told us that Europeans were the pioneers of early human civilization. They lied at every chance they could get. For example, when Ethiopians defeated the well-armed Italian army. Newspapers in the UK and USA reported that the Ethiopians were white, so the people wouldn't know that Wakatilians defeated them. Evidence shows that half of humanity's recorded history had passed before anyone in Europe could even read and write. The religious priests in Egypt began keeping records as far back as 4000 to 3000 BC, compared to 2000 years later, when Homer's poems were still being handed down orally within the confines of the Greek city-states. Sometime after 3000 BC, when the pharaohs of Egypt built their first world-renowned pyramids, Europeans were piling up nothing more than mountains of rubbish heaps. History reveals that famous well-known Greeks and Europeans, whom we study their history and writings, learned at the feet of Egyptian scholars along the Nile Valley, Kemet. Thales was one of the first Greek students to receive training under Egyptian priests. Even Plato records that Thales was schooled in Egypt under the tutelage of the priests. Yes, even Plato was a student at the Temple of Wazit for 11 years, Aristotle for 13 years, Socrates for 15 years, Euclid for almost 11 years, Pythagoras spent 22 years, and Hippocrates studied there for 20 years. Honestly, all of them attended Wazit. Diodorus, Solon, Thales, Archimedes, and Euripides. Wanyenyekevu kneeled in front of Tallulah. It took 40 years to graduate from Wazit, meaning none of the so-called Greek scholars ever graduated. They are considered dropouts. Many people thought that the famous phrase, "Man, know thyself," was initially written and spoken by Socrates, the Greek philosopher. However, ancient Egyptians were the first to write those words down on the outside of their temple in the Nile Valley. The terms "eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we shall die" were assigned to Socrates, but it was Imhotep. In fact, the first Olympic Games held in Olympia, Greece, were not in reward of sportsmanship, physical strength, or brinkmanship. Instead, it was public ceremonial worship by the Greeks of the African god, Ammon. Most European gods were of African descent and were given European names. The Greeks gave the African god Ammonius the name of Zeus and called Jupiter, by the Romans. Imhotep had his name changed to Asclepius by the Greeks and Aesculapius by the Romans. Also, while I'm thinking about it, the greatest contribution of the Egyptian Nile Valley to the world was its excellent educational system. In the Kemet educational system, the ultimate aim was for a person to become one with God, to become like God, or to become godlike through the revision of one's own netter of how God is revealed in the person. This was one of the highest endowments a family could give a son in those days. When the boys, for back then, it was for boys only. But when the boys got into the temple or Grand Lodge, they were expected to study for 40 years in subjects such as grammar, arithmetic, rhetoric and dialectic, geometry, astronomy, music, architecture, masonry, carpentry, engineering, sculpture, metallurgy, agriculture, mining, forestry, art and magic. Now you know why education is important to me as well, Tallulah. If you don't know the truth, anyone will create a lie, and you'll easily believe it. Wanyenyekevu stood up and returned to the front of the room. Is it right to say that Egypt was truly the cradle of civilization? By grooming European scholars and teaching the world the true essence of civilization. You see, no thought or learning is alien to Africa. No one can erase the historical contributions Egypt has given to the world. The African man and woman brought the light of civilization to this world. Wanyenyekevu flipped through a few pages of a book he had on his desk. Here we go for your assignment. The twins sighed as Wanyenyekevu continued. Marco Polo, visiting the Pandian kingdom, said to have been the darkest men, the most highly esteemed and considered better than the others who are not so dark. In truth, these people portray their gods and idols as black and their devils as white as snow. They say that God and all the saints are black, and the devils are white. More than 1,000 years before the foundations of Greece and Rome, proud and industrious black men and women known as the Dravidian erected a powerful civilization in the Indus Valley. African kings in India drove the region's commerce, culture, and belief systems from those origins. Dr. Clyde Winters, who wrote Afrocentrism, Myth or Science, said, Ethiopians have had very intimate relations with Indians. Before the Middle Ages, the Ethiopians ruled much of India. These Ethiopians were called the Naga. It was the Naga who created Sanskrit. Sanskrit was the ancient Indo-European language of India. The Hindu scriptures and classical Indian epic poems are written and from which many northern Indian or Indic languages come. The earliest mention of the Naga appears in the Ramayana. They are also mentioned in the Mahabharata. In the Mahabharata, we discover that the Nagas had the capital city in the Deccan and other cities spread between the Jumna and Ganges as early as 1300 BC. The Dravidian classic, the Kalapa Thikaram, clarified that the first great kingdom of India was Naganadu. The Naga probably came from Cush Punt, Ethiopia, since the Puntites were the greatest sailors of the ancient world. In the Kemetic inscriptions, the Puntite ports of Out-Kulit, Hamo, and Tekru, which corresponds to Adulis, Hamasan, and Tigray. Even the legends of India revere the black race that laid the foundation of their civilization, and the holiest books of India also affirm that enlightenment came from Ethiopia. The first god of India was a dreadlocked black man called Shiva. Wanyenyekevu took a deep breath. That was a mouthful, but I said all of that to say this. I want you to write a report on other black rulers from India. Now, class dismissed. 2 weeks had passed, and their assignments were due. Wanyenyekevu walked into the class. Okay, girls, today we're going to do your reports, and then we'll learn some fighting techniques. Jayla, you love animals so much. Let's see if they can fight alongside you in battle, and Anaya, we will incorporate some dance moves in your fighting skills. Now, I can't dance, but maybe we can work together on that. Jayla rushed to the front of the class, and Anaya followed and stood next to her. Jayla cleared her throat. Okay, Shatsada Koja Barbak was an Ethiopian who conquered the Bengal kingdom and established the Habshi dynasty. He was a city. We also know the city as Sidi, Shieti, Swahili, and Habshi. They were an ethnic group that inhabited India and Pakistan. The Sidi are members descended from the Bantu peoples of the East African region. One of his own assassinated Shatsada Koja Barbak shortly after coming to power. The man who took his place was Malik Andal Khan Sultan. Upon assuming the throne, Malik Andal Khan changed his name to Saifuddin Abul Muzaffar Firoz Shah. The end. Jayla quickly took a seat with a smile on her face. After turning a few pages, Anaya stood up and placed her notes to her side. Jamal al-Din Yaqut began his rise to power in Delhi as a Habshi. Habshi were African and Abyssinian slaves in pre-British India. The name derives from the Arabic word abash through its Persian form. Such slaves were employed by the chiefs of Muslim India, especially in the Deccan. They were believed to have great physical prowess and ability and a lack of personal ties, which promoted loyalty. Many Abshi rose to high office, and some became independent. The most famous of them was Malik Ambar of Ahmadnagar, who defied the Mughals, who controlled much of South Asia during this time. Absh in western India, the Sidis of Janjira, commanded the fleet of the Bijapur Sultan and became independent chiefs. They defied the Marathas and transferred their allegiance to the Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb. They accepted British supremacy and maintained their state until it was integrated with the Bombay state of the new Indian Union. He was one of many enslaved Africans of East African descent frequently employed by Muslim monarchs as mercenaries and royal security teams. Shortly after his employment began, the then reigning sovereign Queen Razia, the first female monarch of Delhi, took a liking to him. They promoted him to the royal courtier, and later rose to occupy the important post of superintendent of the royal stables. She awarded him the honorable title Amir al-Khail or Amir of Horses, and later the much higher Amir al-Amara or Amir of Emirs. The Turkish nobility also had dealings in the region at the time. Already resented a woman ruler by the Muslim nobles and clerics. Queen Razia's relationship with a slave, both considered racially inferior to the Turkish nobles who ruled the Sultanate, alienated the nobility and clerics and soon provoked open rebellion and conspiracy. His haters eventually killed off Jamal al-Din Yaqut. Anaya started singing and waved her hands across both of her shoulders. Shake the haters off, shake them haters off. Jayla interrupted, laughing. There was another guy named Malik Sarwar. Malik was used a lot back then, and it's the Semitic term translating to king, recorded in East Semitic and Arabic and as MLK in Northwest Semitic during the Late Bronze Age. But Malik Sarwar was also described as a Habashi and became the governor of Jaunpur, a sultanate close to Delhi, under the title of Malik Sharq or King of the East. He captured Jaunpur province. According to the history of medieval India, Malik Sarwar received the title of Khaj-i-Jahan, was appointed as the governor of Jaunpur, and received his title of Malik Shark from Sultan Nasiruddin Mahmud Shah II Tughlaq. He established himself as an independent ruler, took the title of Atabak-i-Azam, and suppressed the rebellions in Etava, Koil, and Kannauj. He also brought Kara, Awad, Sundila, Dalmau, Baraik, Bihar, and Tirhut under his control. The Rai of Jajnagar and the ruler of Lucknow acknowledged his authority and sent him many elephants. After his death, he was succeeded by his adopted son, Malik Karanful, who took the title of Mubarak Shah. Malik Sarwar and his 5 successors Malik Mubarak Karanful, Ibrahim Shah, Mahmud Shah, Bikan Khan, and Hussein Shah, are called Sharki kings who ruled the kingdom of Jaunpur for a little less than a century. They were all black Indo-Africans called Habashis, or the Ethiopians, in India. This was the period of peace and prosperity in the history of Jaunpur, with remarkable achievements in the fields of art, architecture, education, trade, and commerce. Malik Amber, one of the most famous among the Indo-Africans. Anaya interrupted, his original name was Shambhu, born in Harar, Ethiopia. After he arrived in India, he raised an army and achieved tremendous power in the West Indian realm of Ahmadnagar. A brilliant diplomat, tactician, and administrator. Later, he broke away from Bijapur and built an independent mercenary army of over 1,500 African, Arab, and local Dakhani men. Joining the state of Ahmadnagar, he imprisoned King Murtaza II, naming himself a regent minister. Amber promoted minorities of various ethnic groups to critical positions and implemented financial, educational, and agricultural reforms. Wanyenyekevu was proud of his daughters and said with a smile, yes, there were many other powerful Habishi in the political scene of India. Chingiz Khan, the prime minister to Nizam-ul-Mulk Bani, king of Ahmadnagar. These men are just a few of the Abyssinian, Habasi, Ethiopian, and Dravidian rulers, leaders, and wise men who shaped India. Yes, all were of African origin. Now, let's go outside and fight. The twins ran outside, they enjoyed challenging one another, and Wanyenyekevu enjoyed it as well. Later that night, as Queen slept on the other side of the bed, Wanyenyekevu grabbed his pen and pad, for it had been a long time since he had written anything. Roots. The sun shines. That shine, from that sun, are called rays. Those rays fall and scatter across this planet called Earth. In a form that are nutrients, that this planet feeds on. Now, everything here on this planet needs these nutrients. From the birds, to the bees. Flowers, trees, and seeds. Light reflects this energy, darkness absorbs it. And this has been the dilemma. When the seeds are planted, what starts its growth? What makes it grow? Roots. Roots form and grow, that's the beginning of your glow. And from that scatter. That ray. Yes, that shine glows, and you grow. Some plants have stems, and sometimes, later down the road, some of them stems become branches. But that is for those of us who are plants, because you have your trees. Which are plants, but on a higher degree. Another story, another time. This light I spoke about earlier has to go through the same process as the darkness. But it's harder, for light hinders darkness. But that is not what I'm talking about at this time. Again, another story, another time. Right now, it's those roots. Roots help you grow, without it, you just won't glow. They separate us by our roots, teach us to forget our past. This is what you should have gotten from those branches, from those stems, all you got was the dirt from the earth. Should we just die without roots? No. Have forgotten the scatter from the rays, that race from that shine that causes you to glow? Remember. Light reflects this energy, darkness absorbs it as long as you're a seed. So, praise your family, raise your family. Be a family, become roots, that brings forth a tree. When the twins were 15, Frederick got word from home that a dear relative had died and asked Wanyenyekevu and Queen if they were interested in seeing Botswana, Africa. They took the twins along, leaving the rest behind for Aunt Isabel, who was happy to watch. Abuxigan was the youngest, being just a year old. Anaya was so excited when she found out she was going to Africa with Friedrich. She started dancing and singing by an ancient artist named Genuine entitled, 550 Watt, 5.50 Watt. 5.50 Watt. That's my address. That my address. Jayla was always playing with the animals, and they seemed to listen to her every word, naming them unusual and different names. On the day of their departure, she asked Friedrich, "Can we bring an animal back?" Friedrich smiled. "Did you know that the Ethiopian soldiers used lions, bees, wasps, and elephants in wars against colonizers? And Ethiopia has never been colonized. They trained these creatures to fight their enemies." Jayla smiled. "Of course I do, Uncle Friday." Friedrich shook his head, smiled, and looked at Wanyenyekevu. "Of course, she does." Jayla laughed and shouted, "You sisahau." They both said together, "Never forget." Friedrich surprised the group on the day of their departure. "I've made outfits for our trip. Please, take these and put them on. They are our traditional dress for my country, and by the way, Jayla, these are not real animal skin." Friedrich and Wanyenyekevu wore lion skin called a tshega, then draped with a karas, a rug or blanket usually made from animal leather, a skin cap, sandals, and belt tails. Belts of tails were allowed only for warriors, copper wire necklaces, bead strings, and armlets. Queen wore a kiba with a beautiful moses and then was covered with a karas and draped with colorful necklaces, bracelets, rings, and earrings. Jayla and Anaya wore moses and kiba. "We must make our route where there are fewer Abenians," Friedrich said, pulling out a map on his tablet. "We'll go as far south as our territory allows and then due east, making stops here and here, depending on the girls. We might go here." Wanyenyekevu trusted Friedrich's decisions, and they headed on their journey, leaving Jome and Obe in charge until their return. They finally arrived at their destination after 3 days and parked their sky crafts just a few miles away, for the elders of Botswana were like the elders of Tallulah, and he didn't want to frighten them. As they walked toward the village, they were met by a group of warriors who saw the sky crafts. "We come in peace. I am Friedrich, son of Edwin. To pay homage to his sister Cat of Pomage." A warrior from the back came to the front. "You can't be Friedrich, son of Ina, for he has the face of a crow and the body of a giraffe." And then the warrior ran to Friedrich and embraced him with tears in his eyes. Friedrich embraced him back with tears in his eyes. "Nephew," he shouted. Friedrich said unto his nephew, "How old are you?" 36, now," he replied. Friedrich smiled. "You're just as ugly now as you were then." His nephew laughed. "You would know, for everyone said we look like twins." Wanyenyekevu and his family laughed, and Wanyenyekevu said, "You two do look alike." Friedrich introduced Wanyenyekevu and his family as they walked the rest of the way to the village. The women wear black dresses, and the men wear black hats and a piece of black or blue cloth with a matching necklace and bracelet according to their customs. Friedrich took a minute to explain to Jayla and Anaya about his culture. When someone dies in Botswana, the Botswana believe they become ancestral spirits whom they praise. These ancestral spirits have the power to cause sickness and bad luck for the living. To prevent the spirit from causing harm, their family makes sure the funeral properly honors their memory. Typically, when an elderly family member dies, it's considered a natural death. Anaya interrupted Friedrich. But when a young person dies, it's considered the cause of witchcraft, evil spirits, or unhappy ancestors. Friedrich said. "Wanyenyekevu has taught you well," Anaya said. "This we taught ourselves when you told us we were coming." Friedrich was impressed. "Well, you are right, and we made it in time for the night vigil, which is tomorrow evening until sunrise, so get you some rest. Mourners pay their respects, pray, sing, and give speeches to honor the deceased." Friedrich walked to the front, grabbing an old, torn book. I want to read this. It's a story we repeated for centuries on special family occasions, and this is suited for family and love. It was first written by our ancestor, Pastor Evelyn Kalama, over 1,000 years ago when they celebrated Christmas. My great-aunt taught me the meaning and the purpose of family. She would read this to me from a kid until the day I left home, and this book, holding the book above his shoulders, was once hers. He cleared his throat and wiped his tears. My first exposure to what love looks like. As I recall from my childhood, they beat the odds as a black couple despite the devastating effects of 250 years of slavery preceding them, 50 years of Jim Crow following them, and 45 years of rampant discrimination following them. I grew up not in a ghetto but in a close-knit community, a village. During this time, black people were still struggling to rebuild after the worst human holocaust in modern history, the winds of which were still blowing hard, carrying the debris of discrimination and destruction we are still trying to recover from. A time when black folk bonded together in tightly knit communities for their safety and protection, healing, and help through extreme times. And it did take a village to raise a child. And a family to raise a nation. My grandparents epitomized strength, character, dignity, racial pride, and self-respect. They believed in a hand up, not a hand down unless you were picking someone up. We were poor by societal standards but sometimes didn't know because the family unit and the coping skills often made up for what we lacked in material needs. The elders did all they could to protect the children from the harsh reality of a world ravaged by racial hatred and classism, and oppression on all sides. But sometimes, reality penetrates. And sometimes, the need overwhelmed the efforts to fill the void. And one bitterly cold winter, around the holidays of Thanksgiving and Christmas, the need was overwhelming. For our family, work was scarce. Money, too tight to mention. My grandpa, we called him Papa, was not feeling well. He walked on a cane from severe arthritis in one leg. From years of hard labor in the cotton fields and on farms, working white folks' lands, as a sharecropper. My grandmother's name was Carrie, but he affectionately called her Bia. Why we never knew. She called him Jimmy, but his name was James, and old man, if she was irritated. It was not unusual for sometimes 2 or 3 families to be living under one roof. They piled on top of each other. Family trumped comfort. That winter, several of my cousins and I stayed with my grandparents while our parents were often out of town working or looking for work. It was Christmas, and we had nothing. No money for presents or a tree or food. I remember one of the few times I saw my grandmother cry. She always kept up a strong front for her family, no matter how much pain she was in. This time she couldn't hold back the tears, watching us kids watching other families on a black and white television talking about trees and presents we wanted for Christmas. One of us asked her, Moi, which was our nickname for her, are we getting a Christmas tree too? I was around 10. I remember asking my grandma why she was crying. As usual, she wiped her tears away and tried to cover them with a smile. However, my grandfather had stood in their bedroom doorway, silently watching her cry. He didn't say anything. He just grabbed his hat and coat and that cane of his, went over, kissed my grandma on the forehead, and said, I'll be back in a little while, Bia. She quickly wiped the tears she never intended for him to see and asked, Where are you going on that leg in this cold, Jimmy? You gonna be up all night? He just winked at her and said, Don't worry. I'll be back. He headed up the road, limping on that cane. Hours passed. Every so often, my grandma would look outside for him. I did too. I knew she was worried. Something about your parents or grandparents coming home back then was always a comfort for us kids. We knew we'd be okay. It was almost dusk when a sleek, expensive car pulled up, and my papa got out. A white man drove. Papa called to us kids to come help. Get these bags out of the car. We excitedly ran over each other to do so. The white man he was with got out, opened the trunk, and pulled out a Christmas tree and a bag of decorations. He brought it into the yard and helped put the dozen or so bags of groceries and gifts on the porch. Papa thanked him for his help. They shook hands. The white man with the Texas-size hat and a deep voice said, "Welcome, Jimmy. If I get more work for you in the future, I'll let you know. Merry Christmas to you." He got in that big expensive car and drove off. Papa turned to us all and said, "What is y'all standing around here for? Help your grandmama get these bags and that tree in the house and get to decorating. And don't y'all look in those bags either. 'Cept the ones with the groceries." The smile on my grandma's face was priceless. This time the tears in her eyes were of joy and wonder. The writer that I am, I later chronicled that moment and that hug between them in my journal for later stories. I heard her whisper to him under the screams and shouts of me and my cousins. "Old man. What you doin' goin' out there working in this cold on that leg like that?" My papa gave that sly smile of his. The good Lord made a way. "Now, leave me alone, Bea. A man ain't got no pride if he can watch his family suffer and don't do nothin' 'bout it if he can." She patted his chest and smiled, the way she always did when she was pleased with him. He told her he was going to walk up to a neighbor's house a minute to see if they still needed food. I watched my papa limping on that cane, walking up the road in the bitter cold. It was sleeting slightly. It was a moment frozen in time for me, the image of a real man, a father, a grandfather, a neighbor, and a friend, who put the needs of his family and others above his own pain. It was an image I have never forgotten. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to one and all. Closing the book, he said to the crowd. Cat inspired me to be old man for my people. With tears rolling down his face, Friedrich took a seat when Anaya got up. "I would like to sing a song for my Uncle Friday." She grabs Jayla and plays the instrumental to a song entitled "Stairway to Heaven" by a classic group named the OJs. They sang the song so beautifully that the crowd stood up. Some were crying, and the rest cheered. Queen smiled, "That was such a beautiful song. I didn't know you guys could sing like that. I've heard you sing phrases but not an entire song," and Jayla, "Lord, I never knew." Jayla blushed, and Anaya said with a smile, "Thank you, we sing to Jayla's animals all the time." Friedrich started crying during Anaya's song and hid from the crowd as he thought about all the times he spent with his Aunt Cat, but he simply called her Cat, just walking with no destination. After trying to hold in his grief for so long, he broke down in tears. Jayla felt his sorrow and touched Anaya. "Uncle Friday needs us." Anaya looked at Jayla and said with tears, "What are we here for? Let's go." They saw Friedrich ahead of them, so they ran to him. "Uncle Friday," they screamed until he finally turned around, wiping his face from the tears. "I just needed to take a walk," Anaya began to speak but was captivated by the view as she started looking around. "Everywhere I turn, I find some of the most beautiful scenery. That sunrise makes it even more beautiful." Friedrich smiled, "This is my home, Botswana, the birthplace of all modern humans. Home of the Bushmen or San and Khoi people, which also spoke the oldest Khoisan language." The girls knew he was about to give them another history lesson but let him speak his mind and just listened. Until Europe and the rest of them came along, our official language was Setswana. However, English has crept its way in. The British called it Bechuanaland, but it was renamed Botswana. It used to be one of the poorest countries in the world and has since transformed itself into one of the world's fastest-growing economies, with mining as its top resource and then technology. It was also among the hardest hit by the HIV/AIDS epidemic during that time. I wonder how did that happen? Shaking his head as he continued. The country's name means "land of the Tswana," referring to the dominant ethnic group in Botswana. The term Botswana was originally applied to Tswana, which is still the case. However, it has also generally become used as a demonym. He paused. A demonym is a word that identifies residents or natives of a particular place, usually derived from the name of the place or that of an ethnic group. Botswana is the plural form, and Motswana is the singular form for all citizens of Botswana. The Europeans say Botswana, we say Botswana and find that word offensive. Friedrich paused. You guys probably know all this, right? They shook their heads and smiled. Well, do you know that? Looking at Anaya. There was a man named Anaya, a Professor James Anaya, who was a UN Special Rapporteur for Indigenous Peoples, who? Anaya interrupted. That's the Uncle Friday we know, Jayla, laughing, said, yep, just talking and talking. And they all laughed. They walked a few yards farther, and they heard a sound. Jayla said, that's crying. She ran to the sound, and there were 2 hyena cubs, one stripped and the other albino. Friedrich walked up and looked around for a mother hyena. They must be lost, for it's strange for these cubs to be left alone. Jayla walked up to one of the cubs and picked it up. Fireball. Friedrich said. Why do you name him, and you'll never see it again? Jayla smiled. I will see him again, 'cause I'm taking him home. Anaya picked up the other pup, Ice, because she's white. As they returned to the village with the puppies in their hands, Friedrich looked at Wanyenyekevu and shook his head. I already know we have new family members, don't we? Wanyenyekevu said to Friedrich, and he smiled, yes, you do. The end of this chapter. Please support my content by going to these links below. Visit Cush Sovereignty store at Bonfire for mugs, t-shirts, and more is on its way. Link is in the description. Chapter 14, Train Up a Child. Wanyenyekevu returned home after 3 weeks and was met with open arms. How was your vacation? Said Obe. Wanyenyekevu thought about it. I never considered it a vacation, but I guess it was. It was beautiful, and look. We brought back souvenirs. Pointing to Fireball and Ice, hyenas. Jome smiled, Jayla. Jayla just smiled, what? The following year, the puppies grew and started having pups. They moved them to a section where they could feed off the land where no one wanted to live. Rattlesnakes, Gila monsters, prairie dogs, coyotes, javelinas, jaguars, bighorn sheep, and jackrabbits were plentiful for them. Jayla and Anaya trained their hyenas in their martial art forms and slowly created a battalion of their own, composed of men, women, and children, who had gifts accordingly. Wanyenyekevu's work around the house and his duty as a council member and commander-in-chief put great demands on him. Spending time with Queen seemed impossible, so he instructed the eldest children to teach his youngest so he could spend time with Queen. Jayla and Anaya were happy with the idea and began as soon as possible. At the same time, Wanyenyekevu enjoyed Queen because she, too, was frustrated with the idea of them not seeing each other. They both started acting like high school sweethearts, and the entire town saw it. Wanyenyekevu wrote poetry of love to her, lock and key. You and me, you hold the lock, I have the key. You and me, lock and key. I hope to think I can unlock your heart. And you have the key to my destiny. You and me, lock and key. I thought I knew love before, but for some reason, I think you are here to open that door. You and me, lock and key. Everything I ever wanted, I would settle for a few missing pieces. You have it all. Now, I don't want to settle for less, like I did the rest. You and me, lock and key. He wrote, My Queen. Insight into a brief history. In the days of old, let the truth be told. How the men treated their women, especially from the times of Sodom and Gomorrah, up until the Roman era. Women, a lot, were afraid to look upon a mirror. Reason. Men fell in love with men. No, they didn't care for them. Women were only used to bear children, cook, clean, no power, no words they formed were of any good. Never heard. Yes, that was the norm back then. Men. They were looking for the touch of another man. This sickens my soul, let the truth be told. Until the Isles of Lesbos were formed, women fell in love with other women, a perverted state for the human race. Now, many ask me, why do you cry? Trying to defend the state of these women. I reply, with one last tear in my eye. I'm only half a being. In order to be whole, I need someone to comfort my soul, a woman. A woman is the only thing for me to be complete, truly made whole. Growing up, I met lust and love. Love was the one for me. Can't you see? We, as men, have bitten the hand of the one that is dear to us. Why argue, fuss and fight? Now, all we go through is pure hell. 'Cause of the men in their past, did the same. Blame all, because of one. I can't do anything with another man. That will not comfort my soul. No man can make me whole. The touch of a woman is all I need. My heart bleed for that need. Homosexuality is rampant. Yes, heavy on the scene. That's for them, not for me. All I need is my queen. He wrote, single-parent household. I was told before I got old that there are 4 types of women. First, and on top, a woman. Then there's a lady. You have your bitches. And lastly, them hoes. We would lose more than half these hoes if we get rid of single-parent households. Let me explain before you put dirt on my name. There's a lot of things you just won't understand living in a single-parent household. Single parent is a single-sided coin. Somebody lying. Many are dying. Who to believe? Or do we automatically believe? That person you see on a daily basis. Tell you his faults, but won't confess to their deceit, their betrayal. Sometimes it's true. Sometimes the truth comes out later, and makes you blue. Betrayed by the liar, betrayed by mama. Her words you thought were true, to you. So, you hate that man. Your father. But he did the best he could and the only things he can. She wanted more and became the whore. Why? I cry. Why? Because I can. This story might only be for black folks, living in this land. This is not all, but it's for more than a few. Who do what they do. Let me get back to the classifications, at hand. Just found out, many women like to classify themselves, just as bitches. And the foe, ain't no mo. They say it's only one. That can't be no fun. Here's my definition of a woman. Understanding the situation and act accordingly. No nagging. No complaining, get the job done, because it affects the family. It affects you and me. Our family. Then there's a lady. She's young. Single. And looking for a perfect candidate. She's feminine, friendly, but be aware of the bitches. A bitch, a snitch, this motherfucker got more strength, and got control over all the men. She knows the game and she's playing chess to our checkers. So, I'll say no mo. And lastly, the hoe. Simple. Anything goes. This shit comes from my soul. This shit called single-parent household. Look at it, it's listed on your taxes. Another write-offs for shit we be doing. Murder, rape, carjacking. Looking at my kind. My people. I'll say this a few more times and you will never hear it again in my rhythms. In my rhymes. Those of us who lived in a 2-parent household and those of us who lived in a single-parent household won't understand. If the single parent is a mother, it depends on the outcome. Is she a hard worker? But who's raising the kids? The streets. If she works from home, when will the boys tell his mother, I'm grown and now he's gone? If she's a hoe, he and she's a hoe. Fuck it, I can't say a momo. Not true for everyone, but the number is large. 'Cause I'm one. Then you got the ones, and this could be fun. Who's a gangster at heart and that nigga gone? Like a rap song. But y'all not masculine? Different variations, of different situations, but then they're the two-parent household. Less chaos. Didn't say none. I said less. There's some kind of structure. Morals, and a way to act. A united front is amongst us. Don't get me wrong. There's hoes in that fold. Let me end. More positive and understanding come from a two-parent household. And it's sanctioned by God. So, you know you will go far. But chaos and uncertainty come out of a single-parent household. You've been told. Forewarned. It has been shown. Look around and see how we living, how we dying. Chaos unfolds. In a single-parent household. He wrote, "Your soul speaks as mine." It's amazing. How can two think the same? Even call on his holy name. Morals and understanding are even the same. Both write about our feelings like David and his wife Sheba. The right and wrongs we have done. You know life teaches you, but a few catches life's clues. Of what you can and can't do. Wisdom doesn't always come with age. It comes with trials and tribulations. Not everyone knows the same. But with you we feel the same, about God. I hope me and you can be as one. You are so wonderful to me. I hope you can always be mine. There are things I know, I need to do. Maybe there are some things you need to do too, before we can join to be as one. This is not a joke, not a game, or even a lie. I once was lost, but now I've been found. You are definitely one of a kind. And I feel that your soul speaks as mine. He wrote, "The reasons." You have a heart of gold. You are bold. You speak your mind and still kind. Supportive, considerate. Show appreciation. A loving mother. This is what I noticed, not something I was told. Down to earth and cool. No man can ask for much more. It makes my heart soar, throughout all 4 seasons. You asked, why do I love you so much? Here, baby. Here are the reasons. He wrote, between your thighs. When you look into each other's eyes, and you kiss the one you miss. Emotions flows, emotions go. But wait. No one kisses anymore, why? They just want to get between the thighs, and still don't look into each other's eyes. I cry. There's no surprise, what we all have between our thighs. It's a work of art, invented by God, for God. Not to hurt and do dirt. Many of us. We act as if it's a sin to love. Be in love, make love. Share our love. True. There are some who abuse the word love. I myself can't abuse it, can't misuse it. But in the long run, they were hurt by love, but their love just might have been lust. Why? For their selfish needs. I guess they were confused about the meaning of the word they could have found, was nothing more than lust. It's just the opposite of love, believe me, there is a difference. Listen. To take someone's heart, just to get between the thighs. To make money, to give, or to get money, just to get between the thighs. To deceive in order to receive, the precious jewels. The precious gift between the thighs. Male or female. It's wrong. That's why you sing that song, you sing. Knowing many don't believe in love anymore, and lust has taken over. Many die, between the thighs, by a disease sent from on high. I can hear many of you now saying, He's just a fool, think he's cool, writing this mess, with his mind in the gutter. You're wrong, art is just that. Art and love is just that. Love. It's how you perceive that particular piece of artwork. What is lovely to others, is trash to another. The same token is taken between the thighs. Question. What if there was nothing between the thighs? What would be your course of action? Reaction to one another. I'll wait for your reply. And he also wrote, African Queen. Moonlit eyes. German chocolate skin. Lips of an African queen. This is no lie. Your beauty just might be a sin. Better yet, the most perfect thing I've ever seen. Yes, the perfect blend. Hard, but gentle. Mean, but kind. How I feel so comfortable when you're on my mind. So relaxing, so smooth, like a raindrop falling on the morning dew. Yes, this is you. Beautiful, beautiful, oh, so beautiful to me. To my African queen, of my dreams. Tallulah was excited to teach her siblings because she loved history like her father, and Anaya loved the arts. They both taught their siblings until they discovered what they loved, and, like a domino effect, Wanyenyekevu and Queen's children became very popular for their wisdom as well. Anaya was convinced that there wasn't any such thing as music genres and taught about some greats. Like Miles Davis, Grover Washington Jr., and Chester Arthur Burnett, better known by his stage name Howlin' Wolf. She even taught about some of the amazing athletes she admired. Joe Gans became the greatest lightweight boxer of all time back in 1902 when he defeated the former world welterweight champion, Eddie Connolly. He also was the first African American world title holder in any sport. As a Wakatilian champion reigning during the Jim Crow era, he endured physical assaults, a stolen title, bankruptcy, and many attempts to destroy his reputation. Then there was a Wakatilian named Major Taylor, a young Wakatilian man who wanted to compete in cycling, the nation's most popular sport that was mostly played and dominated by white men. But Mr. Taylor became the fastest man in the world during his time. 12 years before boxer Jack Johnson and 50 years before baseball player Jackie Robinson, Taylor faced racism at nearly every turn, especially by whites who feared he would disprove their stereotypes of Wakatilians. Tallulah was passionate, and some would say dramatic, when she taught, 22 years before the brutal murder of 14-year-old Emmett Till, who was brutally killed in the same way in Princess and Maryland. Tallulah asked as she looked at her brothers and sisters. Anaya raised her hands. Not you, Anaya. She waited a few seconds. Anyone? Frustrated, she said. Get out your pads, now. Everyone pulled out their pads as Tallulah looked on. This doesn't make any sense. George Armwood, a 23-year-old Wakatilian, was dragged from a cell, stabbed, and then lynched on a tree before some 2,000 white folks. Afterward, he was brought down, burnt, and his charred body was dragged through the town with his body parts thrown towards the quarters of the Wakatilians. For what? He, making gestures with her hands as she continued, allegedly, assaulted a 71-year-old white woman named Mary Denston, whose son was a policeman. Mrs. Denston said she was walking down the road when Armwood assaulted her. He was then taken to Salisbury Jail, miles away from Princess Anne, to avoid mob justice because there had been a lynching 2 years before of another Wakatilian named Matthew Williams. The locals pressured Somerset County Judge Robert F. Dewar and State Attorney John Robbins to return Armwood. Eventually, the governor, Albert Ritchie, stepped in, and they returned Armwood to Somerset County, placed on the jail's second floor with all the other Wakatilian prisoners. A crowd quickly assembled with battering rams and breached the jailhouse doors. An 18-year-old boy immediately cut off his ear with a butcher knife. The growing mob beat Armwood nearly to death, dragged him to a tree, and hanged him. Afterward, the mob cut down his corpse, dragged it through the streets, hanged it again, and staged a public burning. One white man said, and I quote, it would have cost the state $1,000 to hang the man. It cost us 75 cents. This sparked a national outcry and called for the prosecution of the culprits, yet investigations at the county, state, and federal levels faced obstacles and delays. When presented with identifying evidence, the county prosecutor refused to act. After the Maryland Attorney General ordered the arrest of 8 people, white residents who supported the alleged killers provoked protest riots. An all-white jury ultimately found them not guilty. For Wakatillians, this period had been both a period of greatness and doom. World War I, II, and the Civil War were behind us. But one particular event happened during this time, but it took 100 years after the event for anyone to hear about what happened. In the summer of 1919, hundreds of Wakatillian were burned alive, shot, lynched, and beaten to death by white mobs. Thousands saw their homes and businesses burned to the ground and were driven out, many never to return. It was called Red Summer because of the bloodshed and amounted to some of the worst white-on-black violence in U.S. history. Beyond the lives and family fortunes lost, it had far-reaching repercussions, contributing to generations of black distrust of white authority. It prompted blacks to defend themselves and their neighborhoods with fists and guns. Revitalized civil rights organizations like the NAACP inspired black journalists to do courageous reporting and influenced subsequent leaders who would fight for racial equality. Sage Matthew, a history professor, once said, "The people who were the icons of the civil rights movement were raised by the people who survived Red Summer, for history books ignore it." Most museums didn't acknowledge it, for it contradicted the post-World War I era notion that America was making the world safe for democracy. Over 250 blacks were killed, and at least 25 riots by white mobs that never faced punishment within 10 months. Historian John Hope Franklin called it the greatest period of interracial strife the nation has ever witnessed. Many say the Wakatillian who were returning from World War I started it all, for they were expecting the same rights they had fought for and bled for in Europe. Wakatillians were moving north to escape the brutal Jim Crow laws of the South, but whites saw them as competition for jobs, homes, and political power. Ethnic cleansing was the goal of the white rioters, said William Tuttle, a retired professor of American Studies and author of Race Riot, Chicago in the Red Summer of 1919. He said, and I quote, "They wanted to kill as many black people as possible and to terrorize the rest until they were willing to leave and live someplace else." The violence didn't start nor did it end in 1919. Some count Red Summer's era as beginning with the deaths of over 24 Wakatillians in East St. Louis, Missouri, in 1917 and extending through the Rosewood Massacre. At least 1,122 Americans were killed in racial violence over those 6 years. In 1919 alone, violence erupted in places like New York, Memphis, Tennessee, and Philadelphia, just to name a few. In Washington, D.C., a white mob, primarily war veterans, rampaged over the weekend of July 19 to 22, beating any Wakatillian they could find after false rumors of a white woman being assaulted by black men spread. The rioters beat a Wakatillian with clubs and stones wrapped in handkerchiefs lying in the street for over 20 minutes before being taken to the hospital. Sensing the failure of the police, the mob became even more contemptuous of authority, and 2 more Wakatillians were attacked and beaten directly in front of the White House. Carter G. Woodson, the historian who founded Black History Month in 1926, saw the violence up close. Poor Wakatillian sharecroppers in Elaine, Arkansas, were beaten and killed after they dared to join a labor union. Wakatillian journalist Ida B. Wells noted that they dragged Tallulah Black from her farm after saying she would join the union. They knocked her down, beat her over the head with their pistols, kicked her, almost killed her, then took her to jail. Wells wrote in her report, "The Arkansas Race Riot." The same mob went to Frank Hall's house and killed Frances Hall, a crazy old woman housekeeper, tied her clothes over her head, and threw her body in the road where it lay exposed till the soldiers came and took it up. Wakatillian journalists like Wells played an essential role in getting these stories out. Kevin Strait, a curator at the Smithsonian National Museum, of African American history and culture, wrote, Black newspapers like the Chicago Defender helped to provide an alternative voice that represented why African Americans deserved to be here, deserved equal rights, and was sometimes justified in fighting. Red Summer marked a new era of Black resistance to white injustice, with African Americans standing up in unprecedented numbers and killing some of their tormentors. Again, the returning Wakatilian soldiers from World War I led the charge, using skills they refined in Europe. The Germans weren't the enemy was right here at home, said Harry Haywood in his autobiography, A Black Communist in the Freedom Struggle, The Life of Harry Haywood. In Washington, Carrie Johnson, 17, became a hero for shooting at white invaders in her neighborhood. She fatally shot a white policeman who broke into her second-story bedroom. She claimed self-defense, and her manslaughter conviction was overturned. The NAACP gained about 100,000 members that year. Soon, Wakatilians were going to Congress pressing congressional representatives and senators to pass anti-lynching legislation. They fought back in the courts, filing lawsuits when people were being mistreated or railroaded. The lessons of Red Summer would be relived all over again after World War II. Many of them were alive or had heard the stories of what happened in 1919, and they said, never again. Jayla got mad at Abuxigan for he didn't seem interested in anything she said as he stared into space. She shouted, little boy, tell me something you have learned with your nappy-headed self. You got your head up in space, and I'm trying to teach you something. 8-year-old Abuxigan stood up. James Wormley Jones, Jayla said. What about him? Abuxigan bucked his eyes and shook his head. Hello, the first Black special agent for the FBI in 1919. He was a cop in Washington, D.C. But he left to join the Army during World War I, where he was trained as an officer and assigned as the captain of Company F of the 368th Infantry, 92nd Division with his brother. Company F of the 368th Infantry, 92nd Division, was one of many segregated Wakatilian forces in the Army. They were sent to Europe and fought in France, near the Belgium and German borders. After the war ended, Jones returned to Washington, D.C. and was promoted as an FBI special agent assigned to the General Intelligence Division, created in response to terrorist bombings. No one knew anything about him, not even other Wakatilian FBI agents, until 100 years later, in 2019. Hundreds of Wakatilian special agents have followed in his footsteps, including the first female Wakatilian, Sylvia Mathis, who joined the special agent ranks in 1976. In February 2019, the FBI honored Jones and the countless others that followed him in their pursuit to serve the American people as FBI special agents. The agency launched a year-long initiative to commemorate the 100-year history of Wakatilian special agent service to the FBI and the United States through a coordinated campaign called Our History, Our Service. Abuxigan paused. How about Olaudah Equiano, also known as Gustavus Vassa, who was an African in London, a freed slave, who supported the British movement to end the slave trade? Jayla stopped him. You proved your point, you may sit down. Abuxigan shook his head. No, you are always talking about I don't listen. The word nigger actually began as a sacred word in Africa, picked up by the Portuguese during the beginning of the slave trade on the banks of the sacred river, Niger. They couldn't pronounce the word in their native tongue, so they corrupted it. Niger, from which we get the word nigger, which means black light of God, and Nigel, a common British name, means black God, because black humans were believed to be the epitome of the divine before the slave trade. Because before the 15th century, all images of all gods or God himself were black. All of this is documented. Black, not because of politics but because dark pigment from melanin, the molecule that protects from solar rays and produces dark skin, is vital in a world that lives by the sun. And I'm tired of y'all calling me, lil' boy. Anaya said to him, who's the youngest in the family? Abuxigan said, me. Jayla said, are you a girl or a boy? Abuxigan said, a boy. Jayla and Anaya said together, lil' boy, as Jayla continued, now, Sit down, lil boy. Wanyenyekevu's children grew and enjoyed their particular subjects and taught in schools within the communities. Pilis fell in love with the sciences, Kamuzu enjoyed engineering, Masuda with mathematics, and Shabaka with music like Anaya. Tanesu enjoyed animals like Jayla, Medjay with medical and health, and Abuksigan was nonchalant about everything. He was not interested in any particular subject and just went to school because he was told. Wanyenyekevu was concerned about what his teachers were saying and some of the commits he heard about Abuksigan not being interested in some of his classes. One day, Wanyenyekevu spoke to Abuksigan. Son, why are you not taking part in class and learning what they require of you? Abuksigan had a familiar look, but Wanyenyekevu couldn't place it. Abuksigan said, I learn like a sponge, and after I learn, I store it for later. No need to get excited to learn, for if it's the truth, I don't need to remember it. It will appear when I need it. Wanyenyekevu scratches his head. Okay, like what? Abuksigan said. My mind is blank until you ask me. Wanyenyekevu said, tell me something about African history. Abuksigan, with a straight face, Dr. David Imhotep, who was the first person in the world to hold a PhD in ancient African ancestry. In his book, The First Americans Were Africans, Dr. Imhotep rewrites Orthodox history after examining the scientific and geological evidence. He determined that people of African descent were in America before the Vikings, or the lies about Columbus. He said that all humans originated from the continent of Africa. Historian Ivan van Sertima's book, They Came Before Columbus, examines navigation, shipbuilding, and cultural analogies between Native Americans and Africans. The transportation of plants, animals, and textiles between the continents, and the explorers' diaries, journals, and oral accounts support the claim of an African presence in the New World centuries before Christopher Columbus arrived. In these books, they discuss the launching of the great ships of Mali in 1310 with 200 master boats and 200 supply boats, the sea expedition of the Mandingo king in 1311. Wanyenyekevu smiled, okay, I am convinced. As Wanyenyekevu walked away, he tried to think of who Abuksigan reminded him of. He smiled and said aloud, Yael. Turning to Abuksigan, he said, do you know of Yael? Abuksigan said, never heard the name. What did he do? Wanyenyekevu smiled, no, he is not in history per se, he's someone I know but haven't seen in a long time. You remind me of him. While he was talking to Abuksigan, Aldhib called Wanyenyekevu. Wanyenyekevu asked Abuksigan if he wanted to go, and they both took a trip to the Research and Development Center. Aldhib talks to Wanyenyekevu about some problems as Abuksigan walks off and views the systematics. You used pi as 3.14, if you use 39 digits. 3.1415926535897993233846. Aldhib said, 3 is enough, but Abuksigan kept talking. 26433827950288420. Instead of the 3 digits, you will come closer, and the errors lie there. The entire number will fix this problem that a small fractional part means a lot. Then recheck your calculations for the resonance and capacitance. Aldhib looked at Wanyenyekevu. Is he? What is the word? Savant or clairvoyant? Or something like that? Wanyenyekevu smiled, he's smarter than the average bear. Aldhib scratched his head, well, I'll try that and see, and believe me, I'll get back to you. You're not the first person who has shocked me. Looking at Wanyenyekevu. 9 years had passed, and the entire territory had tripled, almost quadrupled, in size. Queen had her last child, a boy, Wanyenyekevu, named Ntwadumala. Many people had married and were having children. The two who lived as spies, Jamie and Kenji, who lived in El Paso, Texas, were enlightened, given land, and told to rest in peace for 2 years before being placed in a battalion. Kenji had the gift of self-healing and was placed with Daniel's regiment, and Jamie had the gift of speed and was placed with Grace's regiment. Jamie married a beautiful woman named Enamine, Kenji married Katrinka, Obe married Inesta, she helped raise Takarish, and they had plenty of children. Elisha married Tepkunset, Elijah married Toma, Naraglisser married Lly, and Grace married a man named Simeon. Mercy married a man by the name of Nixon. Friedrich married a woman of great wisdom like himself, named Achiing, and some years later, Daniel married Nagameo. Wanyenyekevu and his family had incorporated the hyenas as a family emblem. They became part of the infantry and a typical species in the area. All welcomed them as pets and guards, some lived in the wild. Training never ceased, enlightenment flourished, fasting and prayer were a routine as the people lived in peace and harmony. Years passed, and one night as Wanyenyekevu was sleeping, he saw himself in the desert on top of Rincon's mountain to the east. Mletzi appeared to him. "Long time, my friend," said Wanyenyekevu. Mletzi smiled. "Time, I do not know of time. But what is here is beautiful in the eyes of Sabaoth." Wanyenyekevu said, "I know, but it's been a long time to me, at least 25 years. Sabaoth has blessed me with a beautiful family." He smiled as he continued, "and has also blessed me with Yael's twin, my son, Abuxigan." Mletzi looked at Wanyenyekevu. "It is through Abuxigan that Sabaoth will bring his blessings and his promise, but you must send him away, along with Ntwadumala, to Louisiana, for his promise will be fulfilled. 2 will leave, but only 1 will come back. But don't fear. It is the will of Sabaoth to fulfill his promise." Wanyenyekevu turned to look at the view in sadness but turned back around. "If it is his will, it will be so." Turning to the skies, he shed a tear as he noticed clouds forming to the west of him. Mletzi said to Wanyenyekevu as he faded away, "It is his will, however, the animals you brought back from Africa will never harm those who are enlightened but will tear to pieces those who are not. Your reinforcements from Sabaoth. Send the elders and children home and prepare for war." Wanyenyekevu looked at the skies, saw the clouds getting darker and darker, and said to himself, "A storm is coming." He saw what looked like a man walking towards him, a tiny dat at first, but the closer he got to Wanyenyekevu, he grew bigger and taller as the surrounding clouds grew darker, and thunder and lightning grew stronger and louder. A heavily muscular man walks towards him and slowly transforms into a hulk of a man, and his skin peels off, and blood drips and pours as he gets taller, turning into a hideous creature. He hears Mshika's voice saying, "John saw it rise out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. It was like a leopard, with feet like the feet of a bear, and had a mouth like a lion." Wanyenyekevu then awakes out of his sleep. Looking at the time, Wanyenyekevu realized that he had only slept for less than 5 minutes, slightly shaking. "Queen, baby, it's time." On the stand next to him was a picture of his family that was taken recently. "Look at my family, Sabaoth has blessed me, and I don't know what will come of them." Looking up toward the ceiling. "Bless them, Lord, as you bless me, forgive them like you forgave me and keep them in your will as you kept me." Taking the picture out of the frame, Jayla and Anaya are now 24 years old, Pilis is now 23 years old, Kamuzu is 22, Masuda and Shabaka are 20, Tanesu is 18, Medjay is 17, Abuxigan is 14 and Ntwadumala is 10. Wanyenyekevu calls out, "My queen," he rubs the picture and repeats it, "My queen." Awaken, rubbing her eyes, she hears him call her name. "Yes." Wanyenyekevu wipes the tears from his eyes. "Baby, it's time. We must send all the elders and those under 15 to my hometown until the war ends." Queen woke up. "War?" Wanyenyekevu shook his head. "I just saw a vision, and Mletzi said we have to send the elders to Louisiana, but one of our sons will not return because Sabaoth has a job for him. Whether or not we see him again, he didn't say, and I didn't ask because he must do Sabaoth's will." Wanyenyekevu stood up and got dressed, poured himself a shot of liquor as he walked over to his desk, he took a seat and wrote as the words flowed through different emotions that captivated him. He wrote, Louisiana. Not this shit again. Tossing and turning in my bed, with this junk dancing in my head. This mess that just left, they could have kept. What the hell is going on? Okay, listen. Louisiana. Top capital of the infamous slave trade, the place where music comes from. Yes. Soul, gospel, rhythm and blues, came from us. Why? Hell, the slave trades. The slave trade was from Africa, to the Caribbean, to Louisiana. Then back to Africa. An endless cycle, within a triangle. That is why Louisiana is rich in culture. That's why the French, Native Americans, and modern-day Louisianans has so much in common. After the chaos, we were left with Cajun and Creole down south. And Native Americans up north. Natchez and Choctaws. However, many left the South throughout those 400 years. Since our ass been here in this land, of the so-called, free. Moving up north in various places before, during, and after slavery. Now, the people up north wanna call us slow. Got Big Mama sitting on the couch. She's from the South, she's from Louisiana. But now she's in New York, Detroit, California. Food, don't get me started. Jambalaya, beignet, paboy and much, much, more. Oh, what about gumbo? We're so famous for food, I bet we invented the two-piece combo. He laughed and thought for a minute, while looking down at his words, he wrote, upset. Upset. Done so much. Again, been so many places. Seen so many faces, don't have much. Thought the wisdom I had wasn't much. Wasn't good enough. The pain received was ignored. Had no value. Foolish thinking. Saying. Why take from those who don't have much? Take from those who have a criminal mind. Started to shine. Before understanding opened my mind. Then I realized. I was depressed. Stressed. Upset. He wrote, the night before. This is a reminder for me to read. So, I won't forget. How I went through a lot of bullshit that was poured onto me, trying to reach a goal. Finding out who was friend, who was foe. Right now, I don't think, if I have any more. But when I read this 10, 20, 30 years from now, I will know. Searching, listening, the night before. The word has kept me this far, but it's still hard, feeling like Daniel in the lion's den. Wondering if God has forgiven me for all my sins. The night before. It seems as if people get mad, even sad, to see someone make it to the top. Reach a dream. It seems like they don't believe in hope, but how many do believe in dope? I seen it all, the night before. If they can't see it, they say it's not there. They don't care. But you breathe the air. Is it there? You can't see the oxygen that you breathe, but it's there. You say that's different. I say it's the same. You don't believe in God, but He has opened my heart, my mind, my soul. The night before. All my life, I tried to do the right thing. No, that's a lie. There were times where I did do wrong, many times, I played many games. But I realized that it took hard work, I figured this all out, blessings comes, and sure enough, goes. There are many two-faced people out there, that will try to make you give up hope. The night before. I have seen all this come to life, it ended up in a fight. I was first mad, then I became sad. Ignorance played a big part. But I'm glad the Almighty was in my heart, I woke up the day after, thinking about the night before. Wanyenyekevu put his pen down, staring into space as he sipped on his drink, thinking about the words he wrote. He stood up, finished dressing, and then he reached for his earpiece and shouted, "Emergency meeting, now."